Bastet, thank you very much for checking channel points, making me go away for a day. If you're 57% of the way towards, means 666,666 channel points to make me take a day off because I am edgy. Of course, that's why. All right, so sticking a marker in the VOD. Thanks for another 100 bits. Cheers, Redbeard. Thank you very much. For holding that #1 spot. True. For the $2 today. All right. The year 117. The Dwarven Fortress of Longdeath of the Absolute Realm. Longdeath continues. The current living dwarves in the fortress are Petra, who is now the captain of the guard, recently promoted. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Big round of beers for Redbeard cheering the 200 bits today. Petra, Eternal, Apostle II, Jack Nurick, Gate Nerd, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Vuzel, Sparkly, Trash Battery, Zapdos, Axon, Swoos, and of course Skimper. Padinsky II, Selowick, Kibbs II, Trumpet Dog II, Zalaro, Danny UG, as well as Narvicious, Smash T. If anybody wants me to check in with their dwarves, let me know. Sethados, Omnivore, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Ara, Picture Point, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Focal Fury, Vinsati, Chimp, Norstat, Anander, Pablo, Dragonman, Sui, Wave Thrash, Heart, and Novi. Cryo, Brander Buddy, Lord, Floof, Hot Cup of Tea, Cheers Jamie, Polking, Belug, Metzus, and of course, Patolus. Patolus has been under a great deal of stress. I'm hoping he will come to soon. Patolus has tantrumed many times, and if Patolus was an adult, Patolus would most certainly be dead. But I'm hoping we'll come to. As far as the fortress goes itself, we haven't done too many constructions recently. We've been kind of putting off making the creatures fight in the maze. For various reasons. Slipple ended a mandate. Uh-oh. That could be bad. Uh-oh. Someone just got a sentence. Gimper II just got 29 days in prison. Uh-oh. For offending the mayor. For probably not making breastplates. Usually it's breastplates. Frame rate's a little slow right now because I want to say I'm slaughtering a bunch of animals. Yes, and that's why frame rate's a little slow right now. Because there's a lot of dwarves running back and forth and grabbing animals. At least it's just 29 days in prison. But yes, if anybody heard their name and would like me to check in with their dwarf specifically, let me know. Since we're here. Swoos. You're satisfied within the last at work within the last season, and you finished up some work and you feel satisfied. You are, of course, romantically involved with Cheers Jamie, and you are an ardent worshiper of the fuchsia. You're 86 years old. What year did you arrive here? You arrived here the year 101, so you've been here for 16 years, which is longer than most fortresses live. You personally find sacrifice to be of the highest ideals. You strongly believe in a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. And you feel that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. The fuchsia, of course, is also known as Sunnagor. And it's the god of persuasion and speech. It takes the form of a male dwarf. One of the most popular dwarves in the fort. Yeah, your dwarf's still very new. Smash T. Where was it? There it is. Satisfied at work? You feel pleasure, remember, on putting on an exceptional item. You also really like performing, which means you've been singing and dancing in the tavern. You're a dubious worshiper of the fuchsia. Once again, dwarf of persuasion and speech. Her cobalt eyes have large irises. Her small-lobed ears are flattened. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her sandy-taupe skin is wrinkled. Her hair is a crew with flecks of gray. She is 86 years old, born on the 6th of Hematite in the year 31. Personally feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and she dreams of mastering a skill. She is often sad and dejected, and often acts with compassion. She has a calm demeanor and can handle stress. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She dreams of mastering a skill, and you're a leather worker, which means you're probably very busy right now. Petra is bored after being unable to practice a martial art. Oopsies, why do I keep hitting the wrong button? Has your former bedroom been emptied yet? I definitely saw a lot of bedroom emptying going on in relation to your dwarf, so yes. I would say that your former bedroom has been emptied. I'm sorry, Pilot. It's losing a dwarf like that is never nice, but you know, at the very least, old age is like kind of a rare death for Dwarf Fortress. You know, like I think like the most surprised comment I've had about this fortress is they can die of old age. What? You died of natural causes. Not as rare in Longdeath. In fact, it's a relatively common occurrence. We're also in late winter, which means we're up for more death with the season change, and we're very close to that. Gimper II is in prison and feels guilty after being confined. We're going to have to keep an eye on that dwarf. Not so Novi, welcome back. Apologies for like literally ending stream right when you popped in yesterday. It's a fort about lengthy deaths? Kind of, yeah. We made this little area over here for guests. They are all available for guests and long-term residences, if we ever get those. Although I'm not keeping my hopes up. The planter punches the buzzard. Oh, we're getting attacked by buzzards. I like this. The planter punches the buzzard in the upper body with his right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the heart. The buzzard is propelled away by the blow. The planter charges at the planter. The planter collides with the planter. The planter is knocked over. Wave Thrash says, the planter says, I cannot just stand by. There is no need to feel vengeful. Accidental collateral damage from beating up a buzzard. Unfortunately, it happens sometimes. Looks like most of our pigs have been slaughtered, which is good. And thank you so much, to everybody who watches the stream and anybody who has a skull next to your name or anybody who just hangs out and chats a lot, because like the fact that I'm able to play, like, yes, this may be one of the most wish-listed games on Steam, but in its current state, it's certainly not in crazy levels of popularity or anything, and I'm able to play one of the most cult-followed games ever made, and not only just play it, but play it for a living is crazy to me. So thank you so much, everybody, for allowing me to do this, because this shit's made possible by you, not anything else, especially if your name is Stone. Yes, do not mess with buzzards if your name is Stone. Suey the Swordmaster stabs the buzzard in the left lower leg. Orthurgamesh Stinthad. And the severed part sails off in an arc. The swordmaster stands up and says, I taught weaving. That was satisfying. Congratulations, you taught weaving. Frame rate's speeding up because we're almost done slaughtering all the animals. Also, Novi, since you had a dwarf brought in recently, you were interested after remembering learning about stone crafting. You didn't feel anything after seeing an emu's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing an emu's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a chinchilla's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body. You didn't feel anything. I think like you are hauling dead corpses. Slight possibility. I think we should do more above ground constructions up here because I really like the way these animal pens look. Maybe like over here. Do like more, like have like the fortress and then have like a town kind of sprawling outwards. Or something. Uh-oh. Right, yeah, Norstat was depressed. Okay, chat. What would make this dwarf upset? Satisfied at work, blissful after dining in the bedroom, satisfied after learning, pleasure near a fine door, pleasure near a fine seat, euphoric due to inebriation, pleasure near a fine gem window, gratitude remembering being rescued, satisfied learning about growing, euphoric due to inebriation, dejected caught in the snowstorm, dejected caught in the rain. This is why people get annoyed at the stress system. It's because, like, you've had a beautiful life. I mean, yes, often sad and dejected. Low sense of self-esteem, doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as values artwork and its creation, likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. It's like, come on, dwarf, like, buck up. Come to ya, ya whiny twit. Is that his nature? I guess. I guess. Some dwarves are just naturally miserable. Sure, but like... it's too real, I guess. Right now would be a really bad time for like a were creature to show up because of all the dwarves that are up on the surface. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, snow's melting. I'm actually so glad that we get recognizable seasons in this fortress. There we go. Frame rate's basically fixed itself now that we're done slaughtering most of the animals. Just like real life, some people are just gonna naturally have a hard time mentally. I kind of want to like portion that portion of the interview out and like make a video about talking about stress in Dwarf Fortress. Because I think I have more experience dealing with dwarven stress than most people ever will. Looks like this works. What works? Twitch chat? Because I can confirm sometimes Twitch chat works. Sometimes. The fifth, oh. Yeah, I just use pop-out Twitch chat. What client are you using? As long as you're not reading my chat in Comic Sans, you are free to use whatever chat client you want. But if I catch you using Comic Sans to read my Twitch chat, I might have to, I don't know, complain for a minute. Oh, hey, all the buzzards are dead. Let's turn the military off. The client has WeChat? Gotcha. I used to use MIRC back in the D. Okay, we have 108 charcoal. I don't know how much galena I have, but should get that stuff going. I'm still like constantly clearing out this playlist and adding stuff and removing stuff. Who the fuck uses Comic Sans? Who the fuck censors fuck in my chat? It's good question. Isn't it, like, jokes aside about Comic Sans, isn't Comic Sans like a dyslexic friendly font? Like, isn't that the point of Comic Sans? Like, people with dyslexia don't have trouble reading it? I want to say, like, there's actually, like, a legitimate reason for the existence of Comic Sans. Some ungodly way to have a Comic Sans only terminal, really? Yeah, I'm hold on. Let me look this up, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, exactly. Comic Sans was designed to help people with dyslexia be able to read it. So there's actually like a legitimate reason for the existence of Comic Sans. It's easier for kids. I could see that. Was it super? I mean, it's like comic fonts, you know? It's like what I used to read in my Star Trek comics when I was younger. I could totally see that being easier for kids. You already out of prison, Dwarf? I think that Dwarf's already out of prison. I mean, not everything in computing is very storied. All right, so now we find out if somebody dies of old age. I don't think so. But Anba Omok of Bastijasmak has arrived, ready to trade. Well, not trade. Give us gifts of tribute. What the heck are those? Wild boars. Yeah, Star Trek comics were like the only comics I really got into. Used to get them from the library. Aw, that's good. See, like, that's kind of adorable. It's when I see grown-ass adults using Comic Sans unironically that I get confused, unless they're dyslexic. Tribute report from the group of alchemy in the year 118. Well, Ashen brought a splint. An ashen splint, ropery bag, bronze meat cleaver. Well, that's something we can't make, so that's kind of neat. Dog parchment sheet, rope reed thread, sheep wool yarn, and a birchen chest. Yeah, Ashen's brought us a splint, yeah. He's gonna put all these items on the couch and talk about them. I'm assuming you got that. Whoops. Why do I keep hitting that button? And what it describes? Well, I have a hard time with blocks of text because it gives me eye strain really quickly. But my eyes just don't work properly, so. Is a biohazard unfit for burning? There's only one couch in film that's more disgusting than Ashen's couch. And just by saying that, you either know what I'm talking about or you don't, and I won't elaborate more than that. Actually, would the big comfy couch be up there? Chat, would you guys, like, put the big comfy couch up on, like... Where would you rate the big comfy couch on the gross levels for couches? Gimper, how did you handle being in prison so far? Humiliated after being confined, but feels pleasure near a fine container. And she is in awe near a completely sublime restraint. And in the last season, she felt pleasure remembering a completely sublime instrument. Wasn't that an artifact? Am I crazy? Yes. So you're currently chained up to Ally Bleed, a pig bone chain, which is encrusted with oval diorite cabochons, encircled with bands of black bronze, adorned with hanging rings of almandine and praise opal. Menaces with spikes of granite and gneiss. On the item is an image of Fist Rampart, the circumstantial faction, a granite earring in pig bone. And also includes an image of Zasset Crypt Basis, the dwarf in giant cave spider silk. Not their worst tribute. They kind of run together in my brain, though, Stone. It's more just kind of impressive to me that they are still bringing me tributes. Like, I don't know. It's a little weird. You'd think that they'd, like, try and, like, negotiate or something after a certain amount of time. It's like, do we need to still continue bringing you tribute? And then you'd have to send, like, negotiators to keep them bringing you tribute. I can't export breastplates. I am a little bit tired today, Grim Fox, so I'm just going to smile and nod to everything that you're saying. Because that's all I can say. There are some things that I just can't comprehend. But, on the topic of things I can comprehend, an elven caravan has arrived to trade. Ooh. This is actually a pretty big one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of them. Yeah, the bronze meat cleaver is kind of neat. And we're going to trade with them. Let's see what those elves have brought us. Have I dug out or built these walls? Bit of both. Down on this lower layer, like, the bedrooms around the edge were dug out, but all of the ones in the middle were constructed. Apologies for the miasma. It's a little bit stanky up there. So, if I... Yeah, there we go. This will show. So all the stuff that's flashing green is constructed. And all the stuff that is not constructed. So large portions of this stuff have been constructed. Same with the red flashing. Yes, the Eagle Blood is a very interesting choice. This is the one I want to remove from this playlist. My apologies, we're still unloading, but we'll be ready soon. I always wondered why it takes them so long to unload while they're setting up. Also keep in mind, this is my 45th stream of this fortress. We've been here a long time. Someone needs to go through the playlist and like add up the number of hours I've put into this fort. I'm too lazy to do that. Actually, don't YouTube playlists just tell you how long they are? Nope, does not. Generally, they're like 4 to 5 hours. But there's a few like 7 and 8 hour ones in there. Cryo, where are you at? Because Cryo's the trader now. Ah, I guess you went and got a drink. Ah, there we go. You're good to trade with those elves now. Well, they brought us a fluffy Wambler. They brought us a male unicorn. I had a female unicorn previously. They brought us a wolf. Just the one unicorn. Yes, they also brought us a fluffy Wambler. I already have 3 of them floating around the fort. We don't need more. Considering they're immortal, I've just kind of decided I don't need more fluffy Wamblers in the fort. You know what I should do? We should set up cave wheat. That's something we should do. Just because I think it would be kind of fun to set up some wind power. I did that in another fort. Why am I recording? What? What? Why is there like a recording thing in the bottom right? How the heck did I do that? Never seen that before. All right, because isn't like, yeah, recording goes in the top right. Why was there recording in the bottom right? The fuck did I do? All right, well, anyway, let's make, I'm thinking like a wind power tower. A wind power tower? A wind power tower. A wind power tower like right here. Because I've been thinking about like, what the heck should I build here? I'm thinking like, we could do something around there. And I think we could have a little bit of fun with this, so. There we go. I'll do it. And then I need 2 floor pieces. Let's do calcite blocks, because I only have 2 calcite blocks. Use them up. Get them both used. It's about 270 hours. You want, okay, so the longest amount of time I put into a single RimWorld run was 380 hours. That was Alpha 17. I think. I launched like 3 ships into space and did a bunch of dumb shit. But yeah, this will be our cave wheat windmill / longland grass spot. Let's do 6 millstones. Let's make them out of granite. I kind of love the visual of windmills, and I almost never build them, so this will be kind of neat. Have some fancy looking entryways. The inside flooring we can do. That is something a little interesting. Let's do like... Let's do a silver floor. I realize that that's like a very rich floor, but this fortress is very rich, so. Although I'm not going to be able to do this everywhere. What? Because I'm going to need to build stairs on the inside of it. Windmills remind you of something kind of funny? Why is that? What's funny about windmills? Are windmills some kind of joke to you? Suddenly I smell burning toast. What the fuck? Also has kind of a lot of sterling silver. You don't need to type in the exclamation point for the beer thing, by the way. And also, in regards to the elephant question, I've never had an elephant in this fort. Yeah, you can literally just type in the word beer. You can also use HS Cheers, the beer emoji, the beers emoji. We have acquired Unicorn once again. I've never actually played Punch-Out, so no, actually. What are you testing? There you go. I mean, Cheers does nothing. Interesting. The more you know. HS Cheers? It's been around since Hearthstone beta, I think. It's the mug from Hearthstone. There can't be that many words for me to read, but I'll see what I can do. Oh, never mind. You guys have been busy. Here. However, some brie exploded violently. Someone ate nitrogen ice and drank from peanut butter jars. Cheeseburgers slap. Yeah, I agree. Hamburger is fond of ass. Me too. Ass is donkey. Ass enjoys bullying other thickness parameters. Don't smash like do smash. I'm not even gonna try that word. If you want to add words to that, join my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room. Add some words, play some Zork, and post your Minesweeper scores. It's a good time. The fuck are those shoes? Stupid. What? Gotta love the cozy Millennium Day.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No, I don't. I don't see how he bites off the shell to get at the nut. Yes, there is a text adventure room. We have Zork 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a bunch of other text adventure games. I need to actually look what the bot has, but... Thanks, I hate it, stupid. Is the only response I have. The merchants have gone off on their journey. Thanks for the unicorn. Now, please bring a breeding pair next year. God, I've been trying to get a breeding pair of unicorns since, like, day 1 of this fort. Still waiting. Still waiting for a breeding pair of unicorns. We've been here for so long. Punch-Out has the most stereotypical version of Bear Hagger. I have no idea who Bear Hagger is. But once again, I never actually played Punch-Out. All of my knowledge of Punch-Out is Punch-Out exists. That's basically it. Oh, Hugger. My apologies. I don't even believe, like, I watched friends play it, like... This is, like, not even remotely well done. Let's get the other ones placed, and I'll figure out how I'm doing this after. We just got Rich and Zork? What? Oh, you found jewels. Congratulations. How are you guys enjoying the Zork, by the way? I hope it's a solid addition to the Discord. Oh, it's that stuff. Well, thanks for the BuzzFeed video. I don't want to give BuzzFeed traffic for my Discord, so I'm going to delete that, but I know what that stuff is now. I like that shit. Stupid. Workshop. Millstone. All right. Actually, you know what? It would be much easier if I did this way. Never mind. We'll do it this way. Horizontal axle. East-west. Fungi wood. Horizontal axle. Fungi wood. I want to say this will work. Yeah, that'll work. What are we powering? Millstones, so I can make flour. Figure we've been here long enough, we might as well actually make flour. So I'm building a windmill. Also, I was messing around with windmills the other day, and it's one of the reasons I'm doing the day forts is I get to teach myself little skills that I didn't know how to do in DF previously, or maybe I didn't know particularly well previously. So I can, you know, do them in Longdeath. But how you doing, Trumpet Dog? The stereotypical Canadian lumberjack who drinks gallons of maple syrup, plays hockey with bears and squirrels, and even wears a toque with a squirrel under it for... Okay, so I understand the plays hockey with bears. I don't understand the squirrels bit. If it was beavers, that would make sense. Drinks gallon of maple syrup. Yep, that checks out. Yeah, I don't know. All of those stereotypes check out except for the squirrels bit. That part is a little bit of a question mark for me. What? Oh, that's up. Need up, down. They see me lurking. They hate it. I didn't call you out. What are you talking about? No one is hating on you lurking. Go ahead and lurk to your heart's desire, Ghost. So, about the word hoser. I know literally one person who said the word hoser in my present, and he says it ironically. It's like, I believe that it's a common Canadian term, but I also believe that it must be like different part of Canada from me, because I don't know anybody who says hoser. Like, to the point where Twitch taught me that the term hoser exists. And I'm a Canadian. Yeah, I kind of figured that. And that's usually the case. If there's like stereotypical Canadian things that I'm unfamiliar with, I just assume that it's Ontario's fault. Or Torontonian nerds who say it. But they're like, no, you didn't spell it right. It was spelled right correctly up above in chat. Hoser. Hoser. Oh, I know a band that will call the crowd a bunch of dumb hosers, but they're from that area. Why am I not able to find diorite blocks? It's like I know I have them. Fuck it. Just gonna cancel this for right now so that I don't get cancels. But how you doing, Ghost? You mean you're late? The ADD is playing off today? That's not... Oh, wait, hold on a second. 4 Chrome tabs of the same thing? Because I do that all the time. I'll realize after like a day of editing or something that I have like 9 different tabs of my email open. When are you done? For the year? Cutest? I'm assuming you get some sort of break at some point. I don't understand how Reddit awards work. It's like I use Reddit a lot, but I actually have no idea how the awards stuff work. And people keep giving me like these hugs awards for my DF news posts. I don't know what that means. Like, should I be offended? It's like, I'm assuming this is a good thing. It's like, thanks for the hugs, I guess. Was billed as being from Saskatoon. Later Salmon Arm. I mean, Salmon Arm is pretty far north, so I could see that. They probably have their own weird, eccentric language that they use for things that I wouldn't be too familiar with. I haven't spent much time in Salmon Arm. How are you doing, Norstat? Often sad and dejected. I mean, I'm okay with you being a sad and dejected dwarf. Just don't be a tantrumy sad and dejected dwarf, right? That's granite, not diorite. But hey, you're getting close-ish to February, so you'll make it. That's me being encouraging. You're close-ish to February. You'll make it. A lot of French. There is an entire province in Canada that is native French-speaking, yes. Called Quebec. All of Quebec speaks French. Okay. Yeah, like, see, I know that, like, you can give people Reddit gold, And I've been given gold for posts before. And I know what gold is. But all of a sudden I started getting all these random ass rewards and it's like, I don't know what this shit means, but like, thank you? Like, I don't understand any of this stuff, but you keep giving it to me, so cool. Most of Quebec speaks French. I mean, as a resident Quebecian, Quebecite? Quebecois person, you would know, right? I mean, it's just like most of BC speaks, like, Korean. Vertical axle. Hey, Touch Shriek, how we do? Quebecistani. No, that's just mean. You know, there's quite a few people who watch this stream from Quebec. Let's make diorite blocks. There's just like a dead buzzard up on this roof. Just normal fort stuff. I wonder how those bone crafts are coming along. They finished them. Good stuff. But yeah, this is going to be our little windmill for making flour. Pretty nice so far. Although we've got kind of a ways to go. Although we have a problem. We're gonna collide with the river. I'll bet you we could probably build it like right here and it would get wind. Actually, you know what? Let's just like find out. I should test this out. Let's go to like right here and just build us a windmill. Okay, so like literally 95% of Quebec residents speak French. My little sister is one of them. Although she's learning French. Why are you vomiting, Kibbs? Ah, because you're 13 years old. You have no jobs. We should give you some work. I don't speak a word of French. I didn't even learn French. I learned German. I learned German, and like where I live currently, it would make way more logical sense for me to go learn Korean or Japanese or one of the Chinese dialects or Hindi. But it makes no logical sense for me to go learn French. It would make more sense for me to learn Spanish even. Because Mexico's closer. Huh. I mean, I believe that. I certainly believe that. Vlog. For some reason? That's a perfectly logical reason. Psycho killer. Okay, so I can just go up to this layer and build windmill. I don't need to build this too high. Or baseball terms from watching Expos games on CBC. Yeah, I could see that. Sounds about right. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so this will be the layer that we stop. I have that record on vinyl. Grim Fox. Oh no. Rip the count. Hey, chat. Cheats for the count. Always check if someone else is typing. And if someone else is typing, stop typing. No one was typing? Well, it just means Stone can get his 67 again. Yeah, it's the once we kind of get, I feel like it's harder to get to 100 than it is to like keep it above 100. Yeah, it's like you kind of have to think about what number you're typing in. You can't quite just get away by just like quickly spamming out like 45, you know? Speedrunner concentration mode? I don't know if it's necessarily that intense, but yes, to a degree, certainly. My eyes are not behaving right now. What the fuck? Dear eyes, can we please behave? Barrett blocks. Are we in the year 77 already? We are way past that. We are in year 118. Animal, how we doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. How's school been, by the way? School's been tough. You dropped that? Oh shit, dude. Really? figured it must have been a breeze considering you'd been playing Minecraft again. Just wasn't for you then? Although I would say, like, if school's not working, it's better to just fucking drop out, ditch and run, and cut your losses than to, you know, perpetuate it. Yes. As they say in Germany, Minecraft. Posting something in general. Twitch has been sending me those little ping notifications on my dashboard saying that I'm eligible to run multiplayer ads. I fucking get it. They just sent me one in my like actual notifications thing. It's like I get it. No, I'm not gonna run multiplayer ads. Consider that my feedback, you doofuses. It's like they're holding me at gunpoint here. Hey Chad, have you heard that I am eligible to run multiplayer ads? You know, I feel like I'd hate them a lot less if they didn't call them multiplayer ads. There's just something about calling them multiplayer ads like you play an ad. Like if they just called them like surveys, which is what they actually are, I'd probably be kind of okay with them. But the fact that they call them multiplayer ads makes me mad. No. I mean, here. Multiplayer ads are a new type of interactive ad, currently in closed beta. When you run a multiplayer ad on your channel, your viewers will watch the same ad at the same time, as part of the shared experience. Afterwards, these viewers will be able to vote in real time in an interactive poll. For each vote in the poll, Twitch will reward bits to the creator, and there will be a special channel celebration. I hate everything about this. Everything about that makes me feel ill. Yeah, it's in case you missed our last message. Yeah, no, it's like I feel like I'm just getting cold called at this point. Ugh. Makes me feel fucking sick. I mean, you're still here, so here's the thing, right? Twitch is a great place. You just gotta pick and choose. This is a feature, old man. Yeah, quite literally, actually. Twitch is great. You just have to pick and choose and be smart. It kind of... oh, actually, I see how I screwed this up. I need to do this one layer below. It does kind of seem like a 1984 thing. Doesn't it? How long into my fortress? We started on the year 5. It is currently the year 118. So 118 minus 5 is the current year of this fortress. How you doing, Danny? It's good to see you. Or get messed up. I have a mental number in my head. This mental number is $1,000 a month, When I hit $1,000 a month, I'm going to start changing my Twitch channel. Roughly $1,500 a month on my Patreon. If I ever hit that, I will just turn off the leaderboards on my channel. I'll keep channel points because I think channel points have some like fun interactions that you can kind of do with them. But I do want to turn off the leaderboard on my channel. And I'll do that when I can afford to do that. Unfortunately, right now, I do still need to kind of beg for tips sometimes. Because I am not at a point where I'm financially able to do that. Maybe post Steam release. If, as we were talking about earlier, I do blow up. If that happens, and that's a big if, I will just kind of go full in the direction of the people that I respect most and just remove all that shit. That's like 2 to 3 streams, right? Yeah, we'll be there by the end of the week. I'm still like curious to know whether or not I will be finished this fortress or if the Steam version will be out first. I don't know which one will happen first. I kind of hope I finish this fortress and like a month later, the Steam version comes out. Which means it'll probably be like end of the year, next 2021, I'll be done this. Why can't I find out? Right there it is. You know what? Just, you do you. You do you, Grin. A human caravan has arrived. What can I not trade? Maces. I can't trade maces. We'll sell a bunch of socks. I did a bunch of clothing selling recently, so. I'm just saying, take your time. I mean, the only Hoopla I'm familiar with is Kenny Hoopla, and his music's pretty great. Still not sure how I end up with so much human clothing. You can have the eagle blood. I'm not sure what word you're reaching for. Oh yeah, of course I have. Yeah. Do fortresses usually survive? Yes, but everything will be a mess by the time you get back. Abet says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. I'm actually just going to remove this. I've heard this. It keeps playing that one particular track. It's supposed to be on shuffle, but it's not doing a very good job. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. We will see you at this time next year. But yeah, no, I've abandoned fortresses and let them be run by the AI and come back. But it's like I'm not gonna do that with this fortress because that would kind of be cheating. I'll probably do that in the Dayfort's world, actually. I hadn't thought about it. Actually, you know what would be really fun? It would be really fun to return to the bridge fort. We should do that at some point. Return to the bridge fort and add other things to that. Hurdle. There you go. Hurdle is definitely a word. It makes you want to play cut again and get your ass beat. And every time I read Merchant's Guild, I feel a little ill. Yep, you have indeed missed a lot of CUD streams. "14 days of what?" Oh, what, the rest of the year? I'll probably stream CUD before the end of the year. Next roguelike I'm going to be streaming will probably be the 22nd, I think. New patch for Jupiter Hell's coming out. You should stab it to death. That shriek. That's what I was looking for. Sheep sweetbread, leopard sweetbread, reindeer. You have no military to speak of? You should catch it in a cage trap. Or punch it. You could just like tell all the dwarves to do a Cryptbeard's Charge. It's a classic that a friend of mine will do. It's often very successful. I don't know when I'll move. I might move one day. I've lived here for a long time. I'm quite fond of this space. But this year, living in a space this small has been a little difficult. Actually, out of curiosity, Touch Shriek, is it carrying any interesting items? Sometimes they'll be like wielding artifacts or like legendary spears and stuff. I once had a giant show up wielding an artifact warhammer and had about 12 spears, none of them artifacts, but all of them named and encrusted with gems on their back. Which is kind of awesome in its own way. Well, would you look at that? Speaking of friends walking into the... It's completely naked. That's fine. Just punch him. Speaking of friends walking into the world, the Etten Akist Kashez Lok has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Wonderful. Oh, you are covered in water. You have nothing in your inventory. I need to check something. Chat room? Good news, everyone. We have a breeding pair of Ettins. Good fucking news. She's just kind of moving slowly down the hill at the side of the fort. Dashing through the trees, the fruit trees, through the plants, coming up along the side of the wall of Longdeath. Makes a beeline over towards the side gate and is locked in a cage trap. Tree people? No, those are Ents. These are Ettins. Ettins are giants with 2 heads. You're confusing Ents and Ettins, but common mistake. Perfectly understandable. I'm very happy right now, chat room. Although, I have these 2 male Ettins that have been living in a cage for like, I don't know, 30 cages for like 40 years, 50 years. And we're about to just chuck them both into a room with a female Ettin. Oh, that poor girl. This is maybe the meanest thing I've ever done in Dwarf Fortress. But chat, can we get a big round of beers for our newest guest in the fortress? As Petra goes to begin the mining. Oh gosh, I can't wait. I hope that we can get baby Ettins. Truly. I truly, truly hope that we can get baby Ettins. You have no other emotes? Somebody needs to fix this touch shriek problem. Those leaderboards are open. I'm just saying. We're gonna have to put that, You shall salt in honor of your rock salt door. I mean, it was a beautiful door. Truly a wonderful door. Redbeard, welcome back. Thanks for the 200 bits and the resub. Cheers. There is no, well, it's not a singer. It's a riff from a song that a local metal band wrote with Daffy Duck screaming help over top of it. Originally, my sub sound was just Daffy Duck screaming help. And then chat told, like years ago, told me that they wanted it to be more metal. So I added in the riff underneath it after asking the band while we were all drunk. So I don't know if I really have permission, but for permission for that. Why is this still in the playlist? I've removed it like a dozen times. Excuse me? Actually, I think I've removed it twice. How did I end up with like 3 copies of the same track in the playlist? Yeah, right? I mean, that would be great for the Halloween fork, but we're not in Shattered Monster anymore, so. Speaking of, we need to return to Cornet Dem soon and do a Christmas fort. Holiday fort. But no, the sub sound is like one of the few things in this channel that's literally never changed. I've had that sub sound for like 5 years. Although originally it was my follow sound ages ago. Then it was my follow sound and my sub sound for a bit, and then it eventually became just my sub sound. So now it's just the sub sound. There we go. There's our Etten. Etten number 1. So, Animal, what are you doing these days if you aren't going to school, if I can ask? Hot Etten on action. On Etten on Etten action coming to a fort near you. Now they'll be sealed deep, deep, deep underground. Living off of the worms that come through the walls. I guess that they are hauling those, eh? There we go. Nope. Alright, well, let's just let them haul that. I mean, the spooky music is kind of apt because it's certainly a terrifying thing that's going to happen. Oh, right. Yeah, you're still down here. The giant glass humanoid. Who literally just, like, launched our giant rat into the water. Quite literally, yes. Forgotten Beast kicked the giant rat in the head with his left foot and the engine part collapses. An artery has been opened by the attack. The Forgotten Beast releases a cloud of the wastes of mold. The Forgotten Beast extract. The spinning large rat mangled corpse strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body. But there is no force and the Forgotten Beast is no longer enraged. Literally just like kicked his head in. That Forgotten Beast is scary. Large humanoid, deadly extract, deadly mist rather, and it's made of glass. Truly terrifying. All right, well, we should keep working on that. Uh-oh. You can get chucked. You can get chucked. None, you don't need to get chucked. How deadly is mist? Depends on what it is, what the effect it has. Like a lot of those Forgotten Beast things are either absurdly deadly or kind of underwhelming. That one appears to just make you bleed out of every single hole on your body. So pretty bad. Pretty deadly, I would say. Like you don't really wanna fuck with that. Ebola dust, kind of. I don't know too much about Ebola, I'll be honest. I know it's bad. Fun. Although I think like the worst one in my experience just makes your skin rot. It doesn't make like you just randomly start bleeding. It makes your like it makes the entirety of the dwarves' bodies just like start rotting. So you'll just like randomly start seeing like miasma everywhere and you're like, "Oh, this is bad." Made about 20 dwarves and about 30 cats melt. That's a lot of cats. 30 cats is enough to drop your frame rate a bit. Yeah, no, I'm blanking on the thing that I was going to try and say. Oh, I once had a Forgotten Beast that was a bird that was made of stone. So it was flying and it was made of stone. It was made of granite. And it had deadly dust. And our cavern fort was kind of like this open... cavern design. And it basically just like hovered above my fort, just like spraying dust down from about 4 Z levels up. And none of my crossbow dwarves could even hit it because they couldn't target it because it was so covered in dust all the time. So they couldn't get line of sight. And it kind of just melted my dwarves. Like, I was just kind of imagining it as, like, it was, like, raining shards of glass or something, because, like, the combat log was essentially, like, they got cuts all over themselves, and their injuries just read as cuts. So it wasn't like, oh, they just spontaneously started bleeding. It was like, oh, they, like, have a wound, like a physical wound. So that one was pretty disturbing. Although the scariest forgotten beast I've ever seen was a horse composed of steel. Asbestos? Yeah, I guess kind of asbestos, Smick. But the scariest forgotten beast I ever saw was a horse composed of steel that had a stinger. Steel horse? Isn't that a metal band? I mean, I know Steel Panther's a band. Is Steel Horse? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a band called Steel Horse. Not one that I know off the top of my head, though. If not, it should be. I mean, as in, like, the Bon Jovi song? Grenadier? You wanted, dead or alive. I'm wanted, dead or alive. What the fuck they're up to these days? On a steel horse I ride? Really? I mean, I guess he's wanted, dead or alive. I don't mind a little bit of Bon Jovi every now and again. Well, living on a prayer. But I kind of forget that they exist half the time. Although Living on a Prayer and It's My Life are not my favorite Bon Jovi songs. Blood Brothers is my favorite Bon Jovi song, if I had to pick one. I wonder what the fuck Bon Jovi's doing in 2020. Hold on. I'm gonna open up Spotify. I'm not actually gonna play anything, but I'm gonna open up Spotify. I'm just gonna look at Bon Jovi. I want to. What's the combat log? Kangaroo buck is fighting. The kangaroo buck's body takes the full force of the impact, bruising the guts. The kangaroo's right arm takes the full force of the impact, bruising the bone. The kangaroo buck's left upper arm takes the full force of the impact, bruising the bone. The kangaroo buck stands up, and the kangaroo buck is no longer starved. It fell out of a tree or fell off a cliff or something. Bon Jovi. The fuck is Bon Jovi up to? They put out an album called 2020 Deluxe. And 2020. Apparently they're still like just pumping out albums. What the fuck? They put out an album in 2018. Wow. An album which should be my theme song called Burning Bridges in 2016. Wow, I'm impressed that Bon Jovi's just like still pumping out music. I'm actually kind of impressed. I'm upset that they call themselves pop metal, because I don't think that's a thing. Apparently they're the 210th most listened to artist in the world, according to Spotify. And they have the most listeners in Mexico City, closely followed by Sao Paulo. Huh. Sydney, Australia really likes Bon Jovi. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm just like reading about Bon Jovi now. I wonder why they're so popular in Mexico. maybe they just tour to Mexico a lot. I mean, when you've been around that long, you go on tours specifically to go to places where you can just like chill on a beach, because like why would you go anywhere that's like unpleasant to go to? So they probably just like going to Mexico. All I know about Mexico is the alcohol is free, according to a certain pirate band. It's like pop rock's a thing, but pop metal ain't no fucking thing. Although, if we're gonna call anything pop metal, I guess I would call probably hypa pop metal. Cause you're pretty and I like you. Move your body, girl, all night long. I know way too much of that song. Also, investments are open. Yeah, I prefer party metal. Like, party metal's a thing, but pop metal isn't a thing. It's like pop rock is a thing, but pop metal shouldn't be a fucking thing. There's no way in hell that should be a fucking thing. Like, I refuse to believe that pop metal is a thing. I mean, I guess it must be because Bon Jovi issued in the era of pop metal, according to not Wikipedia, their Spotify page. So I guess it must be a thing. I'm just an arrogant ass insisting that it's not a thing. Baby metal does make me sick, yeah. Mostly because I don't like their music, and a lot of like when I talk about the fact that I like metal, everybody always asks me, well, what do you think of baby metal? And I'm just tired of answering that question. I'll be completely honest. I should stream for 2 hours and 59 minutes. God damn, 4,000 hours. Holy fuck, dude. But yeah, no, ignore stat. I don't like baby metal. I've never liked baby metal. I just, not familiar, Grim Fox. If it's anything like baby metal, I'm out. Well, someone could have a 5-minute conversation with you and figure out that you wouldn't. Doesn't stop people from fucking asking me all the goddamn time. It's just like last night, I streamed a relatively cyberpunk game. Right? Like, it's a game with kind of a cyberpunk neon aesthetic. I had 4 different people make the comment throughout that stream of, PC can't run Cyberpunk 2077, eh? It's like, there's other video games. God. So, I don't know. But which is hilarious though, on the topic of baby metal. I don't like baby metal, but I enjoy power metal bands such as like Grail Knights and Twilight Force, which are significantly stupider. But I enjoy those bands. So, you know. And I like Ailstorm, the pirate metal band, but there's just something about baby metal that just irritates me. And what's also funny is, like, there's a lot of J-metal bands that I really like, and a few Korean metal bands that I really, really like. So it's not just like I don't like K-pop, and it's not just I don't like Korean metal. There's just something about baby metal that I don't like. I actually don't like Windrose. I don't think they're very good. I didn't like Windrose before they did the Diggy Diggy hole cover. They're a gimmick band that doesn't write particularly good music. I just don't think I just don't like their sound. There's gimmick metal bands I like, and then there's gimmick metal bands I don't like. Like, I really like Necroglobicon. I like people. People are fine. I just don't like when people are assholes to me. Like, you are delicious, Kappa. Hey, Paro, how you doing? I mean, no, please. If you're listening to jazz, like, you have to be sipping whiskey or drinking wine or something. Speaking of jazz, I'm still listening to way too much Mammal Hands. God damn. I listen to Mammal Hands every fucking day. Every single day. So goddamn good. Now, why do you like their guitarist? Ergo. I don't know. I'm very much like a gatekeeping elitist when it comes to music. Like, when people tell me that they're a metalhead, and I'm like, oh, well, what bands do you like? And they're like, I listen to baby metal and Pentakill, and I'm like, I mean, sure, they're fine musicians. Like, I'm not gonna knock baby metal about not being good musicians. I don't like their music. It's that simple. No, why would I point at them and screech like they're a baby snatcher? I just get kind of sad and change the subject of conversation. I'm not an asshole. I'm just judgmental. I've never seen said movie, so I have no idea. But probably not, because I don't point and screech at anybody for any reason. Do I look like a weeaboo to you? I'm definitely not a 14-year-old Hitalia fangirl, so I don't generally point and screech at things. If it was a meme, if you'd seen the movie, I mean, I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know. I also go out of my way to avoid memes in a lot of cases, so. It was never relevant. Grim Fox, come on. You do not like idol bands? It seems artificial. I mean, I'm all for like record label manufactured bands. I listened to a few, Redbeard. But the idol industry is almost more terrifying to me than like big AI. Like, I listen to quite a lot of like Japanese and Korean bands. I don't listen to any idol groups, and I try and avoid that industry because it is a spooky world. I don't like it very much. There's basic needs that humans have that they're not allowed in that industry, and I don't feel comfortable supporting it, I would say. You went down a music rabbit hole over the weekend tracking an old Step Mania song? Why's that? Was it just like an earworm that was stuck in your head and you're like, I need to know? But why was it such a rabbit hole? Spooky? creepy, I think, is probably the best description, actually. IMO. Why was that a dipshit thing of you to say? Oh, the elitist thing? Really? That's something. Trumpet. Called Black Matrix. Huh. There's a lot of really good old video game music out there. I mean, there's still people that are into that anime. It's easy for me to make fun of because my ex was very into it a number of years ago. So, I know a lot about the show, so it's really easy for me to mock. Although I never liked the show, to be clear. If I had $1 for every time Twitch told me to run a multiplayer ad, I'd be making like $15 a day right now. Yeah, I think the game that Ergo was talking about was called Black Matrix. I mean, Amazon hopefully is going to come to my house today because they need to deliver my coffee shipment. The brand of coffee that I drink had $5 off the 1 kilogram bags. So guess who's got like 5 kilograms of coffee coming? Oh, the song name is called Since 1983. Gotcha. So yeah, no, if Amazon doesn't come to my house today, we kind of have a problem because today's my guaranteed delivery date. So it's a banger though. Generally, good rhythm game soundtracks are bangers. Speaking of, has it been shipped yet? It hasn't been shipped yet. The fuck? It's been dispatched. It hasn't been shipped. Type of coffee am I waiting for? 2 bags of Kicking Horse Three Sisters blend, 1 bag of Kick-Ass blend, 1 bag of Smart-Ass blend. What was the other one? All 1 kilogram bags. Hola, light roast. Whole bean blend. Kicking Horse coffee. Not sponsored. But it's good coffee. I wish they'd sponsor me. That's a sponsorship I would take. Just murdered a porcupine man and his family. Oh, that's horrible. I hope you're gonna give them a little memorial. So, while the game's saving, Hola Light, Smartass Medium, 1 bag. So 1 bag of this, 1 bag of this. No, sorry, 1 bag of this, 2 bags of this, 1 bag of this, and 2 bags of this. 2 bags of dark. 3 bags of medium. 1 bag of light. The annual tribute from Nulan Albo has arrived. Stone, are you present? Our windmill is almost done. No? Okay. I mean, I was just checking. If you're not present, I'll screenshot it and post it on the Discord for later. Stone keeps track of all of the shipments that the humans give us for free. Something he just decided to do, and here comes the first one. The group of Soaring in the year 118, autumn. Oh, they brought us a drone pipe. Now we too can invade the airspace. You've made choices. This is true. We've all made choices. How's my day? Oh boy. They brought us a water buffalo? 10 quicklime. 20 red beans. Delicious. 5 bilberries. 1 large lapis lazuli. Valuable. A copper carving knife. A brass flask. 25 sewer brew. Disgusting human drink. I'm doing okay, Norstat. A little tired because I did a stream from about midnight till about 4 in the morning. They are indeed so close to a scrolling list. I'm actually wondering what'll happen if it starts scrolling. Hey, chat, little mild celebration. We hit 4,500 subscribers on the UbTubs. So woof to that. Yes, some of us play DF and watch streams instead of getting work done. I mean, you should get your work done if you have important work that needs to be done. You should never do things that you regret because you're watching my stream. Because if you do, that's just plain old counterproductive. So aside from that, I'm okay. Pain's a little better today. It's more tolerable. Just kind of continuing to exist, doing my best to keep my head on my shoulders and be entertaining to people who watch the stream and be civil and a good person. Thinking about things that I can't talk about because streamer things. So there's that. How is my day? Yeah, day is pretty okay. Day is pretty okay. Yeah, you know, just streamer things. Just secrets. You're having insomnia, so you just put me on audio and was able to fall asleep. Yeah, I've had people tell me for years that I help them sleep. As a streamer, it's like, as a streamer who doesn't do ASMR streams, it's always kind of a mixed bag for me because I'm like, I love the fact that I can help people sleep. I hate the fact that sometimes I put my whole chat to sleep. Thank you, Morden. I also hate ASMR. I think that shit's creepy as hell. The only time I want someone whispering into my ear is if I'm sleeping with them. I get incredibly creeped out by ASMR. It triggers my fight or flight instincts. Yeah, I still don't know what visual ASMR is, and I've had this tag for years. So, about as long as tags have existed, I've used the visual ASMR tag. I'm still not sure what visual ASMR is. I know for a fact people use my YouTube videos to sleep. Also, the game, I don't know when you stumbled on the stream last night, Redbeard, but the game that I was playing last night was so fucking chill. It's gesturing towards the camera. I do that all the time. I mean, what? I'm funny. I understand the feeling for the need of someone to disturb your brain for bad thoughts so that you can sleep. You haven't needed that in years, but you understand the feeling. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know how dark you guys want conversations to get, so I don't know if I should go down that rabbit hole. Just oddly satisfying videos. I mean, I actually, you're probably right. I like videos of like oddly satisfying videos of manufacturing and stuff. Like stuff getting molded into shapes. You're probably right, actually. This probably isn't enough power, actually. But I know how I can get more in. Although... I was taking pictures of solar panels. Ah, so I was very early on in that game. That game made me cry. Like, it literally made me physically tear up. It's been a long time since a game's made me tear up. That thing got weirdly emotional towards the end. In a good way. Nice score, by the way, Stone. Granite mechanism. I got one granite mechanism. You need to look for a little? Alrighty. Horizontal axle, east-west. This isn't gonna be enough power. Watermill? No. Well, it's gonna be a mill, but a windmill, not a watermill. Watermill would require physics, and I don't really want to do that. Although I don't actually need the number of millstones that I have. And there we go. Let it move 3 axles. Windmills. So these are windmills. These guys. So they're going to power these gears beneath them, which are going to power the axles, which will go all the way down to here and power these, which I don't need that many of, so I'm actually going to get rid of 2 of them. Because this is going to need kind of a lot of power, actually. 108 power. I don't think that those will because I think they're 40 each. Maybe. Do they work underground? Not fully underground, but they're not underground. There is no wind underground. I think they work indoors. Seems a little laggy. Are there birds? Yes. The military is now turned on. There are ways of like super duper cheesing infinite power though if you want to do that. Using water wheels. I don't know. How long have you been following? You can click on your own name and find out. I like making cheese. Making cheese is a good product as well as export for Dwarf Fortress. And Dwarf Fortress is kind of hard to save, Scum, because of how the game works. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. We're gonna build 2 more windmills. Let's bring up more diorite blocks. BRB. All right, we'll see when you get back. I'm gonna need to BRB soon myself. I need to get lunch. Let's put a floor hatch on that. Might also do a little covered walkway over to the walkway on the side. My name is Asteth. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever? Ooh, really? What requests do you have of our merchants? Does that mean they stopped fighting? So normally they have tons of information for us on the recent battles. Look, they look forward to our meeting next year because our fortunes rise and fall together. Nope, they're still at war. I guess being at war is just like the constant now. The army of Nomal group channeled and marched on Spidery Desert. Oopsies. There we go. Yeah, the one time this fort gets kind of laggy is when there's buzzards dive bombing us, like right now. They're doing clothes making demonstrations, constructing buildings, trying to trade. Looks like my carpenters are getting to work. Getting those windmills constructed. And there we go. I like that that the bot keeps track of the number of moves you guys have made in Zork. It's kind of fun to follow. It's like, oh, you guys made 319 moves. Jeez. It's going. It is 1:10 p.m. and I have been streaming for 4 hours. I'm gonna stand up real quick, chat room. I'm gonna go take my insulin out of the fridge. Let that warm up to room temperature. And I'm gonna go use the toilet. And we'll be back in about a minute. I'm not gonna actually go do lunch yet, but could I get a round of beers in the chat? And sound commands, if you have them, please post them. Entertain the people while I'm gone. I will be back in a moment. And then we'll do lunch probably in about 20 minutes. BRB. food prep break in preparation for proper food break. But no, not technically water break. Oh. The dwarven traders had to kill a couple buzzards. Nothing major. But how you doing, Patchwork? How is things? We doing okay, I hope. What do I want? I want to buy all of the cave fish from them. I'm glad. Someone doing great in the year 2020 is a rare sight to behold. Starting new position in a week. Good shit, dude. Oopsies, wrong button. That's the right button. I've been hitting all of the wrong buttons today. Needs carpentry. Do I not have any carpenters? Pretty certain I do, but we'll just give a dwarf carpentry. I want to go do some carpentry stuff for us real quick. Patchwork, welcome back. It's been a while. Jack, can I get a big old round of beers for Patchwork? Bringing back that subscription. Good to have you back, man. Cheers. Well, you constructed the one. Are any of these forbidden? Inactive, eh? Probably just can't actually power that. That, or there's no wind down here. Which is fucky, because I tested one over here and there was wind. Do I need to go higher? I might need to go higher. That would be kind of crappy if I needed to go higher. We'll see. Oh, there we go. That one's working. That one has wind. Why are the rest not? Interesting. But yeah, no, that's good. Unemployment sucks, and having to live off of unemployment sucks. I'm glad that you're kind of getting over that hump. I'm waiting for Twitch to pay me, because today is Twitch payday. So they, in theory, should be paying me soon, but they haven't yet. So I'm kind of waiting for that. Well, you said that you got your back pay, right? So you got the pay that you were owed. And so those two have wind, the rest don't. Fun. All right, well, I guess we get to go higher with this. The fuck was that sound? Just heard a loud thunk. All right, well, I guess what we're going to do here is I will kind of leave this area the way it is. And I'll build kind of like a small tower out the side. Living off of credit. I mean, that's a scary situation to be in regardless. Like, I'm fortunate in that oh, savings? Well, I mean, at least you have savings. I'm fortunate in that I kind of just have employment. How goes the old fort? The old fort's pretty good, Pablo. How goes the Pablo? I'm trying to make a windmill. Pablo's real good. Man, everybody in chat's great today. This is almost odd. Like, this is out of normal character. Normally everybody in chat's like, surviving. Doing okay. Alive. Doing what you can. Zork is a troll. You didn't know that? Zork is like the most bullshit game ever made, man. Did you guys get eaten by a Gru? Not yet? Okay, well, that's good. You gotta remember, that game's older than you. Oh, yay. That's good. As far as the least favorite coworker getting let go. Hopefully they got let go for legitimate reasons. It was not made of granite. Oh. Not entirely certain what part of the game you're in, so I haven't been following. My least favorite coworker ever, to my knowledge, still works at that place. My least favorite coworker, who is my least favorite coworker because he tried to push me downstairs. Still works there. You got a 12 hours suspension. Which is like, he got to go home early. Tried to shove me downstairs and got to go home early. What a fucking guy. You can't suggest it? I mean, I landed on my feet, so I guess joke's on him, but technically he did shove me down the stairs. I just didn't fall down them. I landed on my feet, so I was okay, but one of the least fun experiences of my life, I'll put it that way. We'll worry about deconstructing that side of the tower later. Well, that should be fine, right? Worst case scenario, it's a minor cave-in. And before a dwarf falls. Let's cancel this one. There we go. And then went to school. Yep, that's called not being a grown-up. Or a fully grown adult yet. And still being made of rubber. If I were to do that now, I'd break into 1,000 pieces. Is there land there? Wow. Shows how long ago we did this. Why does what say February 2020? What you're following? I don't know, because you unfollowed and refollowed in February 2020 would be my assumption. What's up, Gaynard? Accidental unfollows and refollows happen all the damn time. But how's things today, Gaynard? And Goats, what's up? It's time to tune into Blind Stream, I think. I'm okay. Gonna do lunch in a couple of minutes. Just kind of chilling. I'm a little bit on the sleepy side today, but that's okay. A little bit sleepy because I was up super late last night. Thanks for the 100 bits, Gaynard. Cheers for the $1. And thanks, Goats, for chucking the channel points and making me go away. Those dollars add up. They go a long way. So thank you. Mid or pre-RCT2? I mean, I know you've been around the stream on and off for years, but there's like lots of people have unfollowed and refollowed accidentally and on purpose over the years. Like, I've gotten into arguments with people and they've unfollowed and then followed again the next night, which I think is kind of funny. It's like, oh, do you think I don't see that? Like, I've certainly had disagreements with longtime viewers and then they immediately unfollow and then like the next day. I don't recall that happening with you, but no names mentioned, but it's definitely happened a couple of times. Because I'm a loud, opinionated person, and it's totally okay to disagree with me. I made someone unsubscribe and unfollow the other day because I refused to give him a straight answer as to why I disagreed with him politically, which was interesting. You're usually very quiet, but a strongly opinionated person. Yeah. No, that's understandable. I mean, like I told somebody a while ago, if my opinions or the way I run or manage my stream hurts your mental health in any way, you shouldn't be watching me. Straight up. Shouldn't be watching. Ebergar. I don't actually know how to say your name, and I think that's the first time I've said it out loud, and I think I just destroyed it. Thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. If one more person subscribes or gifts a sub or cheers 100 bits, that's a type train. But thank you very much. Cheers, friend. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the spooky music. The long dwarf forts and the other dwarf forts. The weird stuff I do in the evenings. Type train? Quick, everybody, type train. That's what you need to do. Was it? People get it wrong all the time? I mean, people call me Blindrill all the time. I don't really care what people call me as long as it's not Blindrill. Like, you can call me Blindy, you can call me Blind IRL. Just don't call me Blindrill. I'm not Blin nor a drill. And no, it's not a drill. Please don't call me Blindrill. Although the worst fuck up of my username I ever got was Blind Girl, which I still kind of laugh about to myself, but was the fastest I've ever tuned out of a stream ever. Although I do know a few people call me Blindy just to annoy me. Hey, Lore, how you doing? Does he still have a knife? Brandon? My name ain't Brandon. My cousin's name is Brandon. Actually, my step-cousin's name is Brandon. Do I look like a Brandon to you? Come on. That's a new one. I've never had that before, Pablo. Sounds like an elven name in the Amazon of a self-published fantasy. Yeah. Yeah. Do I look? No, you look like a Billy. MF Mays to you. To me. That's what you look like, Billy. You look like a Billy. When I learned what your name actually was, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. I always just assumed that you were actually named Billy, but you know, the internet works in mysterious ways, am I right? I gave you Dimitri vibes. I used to know a Dimitri. He was always kind of a shithead. No, I'm very much a Greg. Very much a Gregory. Which is hilariously ironic to me because Gregory means watchful. Like, if you actually look up the meaning of the name Gregory, it means watchful and observant. And I'm legally fucking blind. It's the most irony. It was unintentional irony in my parents' defense. They gave me the name before I was born. So. I mean, since when are names... Uh-oh, please don't fall, chimp. This is making me nervous. If I'd like to be your new dad. I thought Sim was your dad. Or your new dad, rather. Sim has a Sim dad emote. I don't have a Sim dad. My Glucose Guardian. Did you see that meme on the type 1 diabetes subreddit, which was just like, is it unhealthy for a type 1 diabetic to have a sugar daddy? It's like, depends on whether or not it's a healthy relationship. But I don't think I could afford to be a sugar dad, unfortunately. Who else do you get to pay for insulin? Big Canada? Hakuna Matata, what a wonderful phrase. All right. We can build up again. It ain't no passing craze. Hakuna Matata. Means no worries. For the waste of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. There's a Wolverine. Look at that lowercase w. Speaking of, bet you those Ettins are both in there now. Just got one more to chuck in here. I can hook up all this stuff. Kind of forgot that I had these Ettins, to be honest. Those are containers. Let's hook all that up. I'm just too busy like working on this windmill. I mean, so go put that song on. It's one of the few things I can't hate Disney for. Most other things, it's just too easy to hate Disney. They just make it so easy. Disney might as well just be screaming, "Hate me! I like it!" I'm like, okay, don't mind if I do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Also, thank you, chat, for helping us grind back up to 270 subscribers. Keeping those numbers strong. I mean, that works for me, too, to be honest. You can hate me as long as you give me your money. Subscribe to me to tune in once a day and tell me to fuck off or something. Smile. Works for me. It's like that one guy who's very diligent about disliking everything I upload to YouTube. And it's funny because I can tell when he logs in because there'll be like a week of YouTube videos and I'll have 100% likes on all of them, and then suddenly they'll all get one dislike. I'm like, right. Philly McDisliker tuned in. Thanks for the views, nerd. How's that Cyclops going, by the way? Touch streak? Are you really taking the route I think you're taking, Dwarf? Uh-oh. We got another depressed Dwarf. Jack Nick! You want to practice some martial art? Well, that's something we can do. I'm actually just going to lock this door for a second and pull that lever. Your cook beat him to death while he was unconscious. Huh. I'm getting a lot of, like, good mental images of, like, cook with frying pan beating the shit out of Etten. Or not Etten. Cyclops. That's pretty great. I love it. I had a single dwarf fight a giant and win with a pick once. Like, not even a particularly well-trained dwarf. It just did a really particularly good job dodging and then somehow managed to kill the fucking thing. And it was like, wow, good on you. All right, so now I just need those to be hooked up. And then I need to hook up one more Etten cage. And then I can lock all three of my Ettens in a room together. And hopefully they make baby Ettens. They might not. I mean, I don't actually know if this is possible, but... I mean... I don't think there is a solution to depression. There's just ways to numb depression. Whoa! That was a loud transition. Calm down there, VLC. Also, in regards to the give me your money and hate me, I feel like that's a large portion of content creators too. There's certainly like some streamers on Twitch, they're like, "Oi, give me all your money." Also hate me. Because I am a controversial figure. Because all press is good press, right? I hope the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress comes out sooner rather than later. And I hope it's well received. It's still just wild of me to think about the fact that this game is in the top 10 most wishlisted games right now on Steam. It's actually fucking crazy. Actually, I wonder what its current rank is. Let me check.
I hate you so much that I am intentionally donating my cash to you. Suffer by my dollar, you visually impaired human female.
Definitely a dude, but... Thank you for the $5.22. Shouldn't you, like, be saving your money? Since you don't have a place to live currently? Yet? Like, take care of yourself, yo. That's the important thing. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Hey, Infinity, how you doing? For dumb Spences. Well, I'm glad to know that I'm in dumb Spences. Yeah, there's Dwarf Fortress. Right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th. Yeah, we're the 10th most wishlisted game on Steam right now. Everything except for maybe some clothes are dumb. I don't know. I think I have kind of unpopular opinions on what is considered a dumb purchase. Like, I very much think that it is such a thing to spend money on frivolous things that make you happy, which are very important. You need clothes. Don't make me refund that tip. And don't call me a female ever again. Those are 2 requests I have. Don't make me refund that tip and don't ever call me a lady again. You better. Come on, Dwarf. Because I'm legally blind in real life. That's why my name is Blind IRL. This eye, my right eye don't, it would help if I turn my camera on. This eye doesn't work at all. And this eye barely works. I surely wouldn't do a thing like that, Asphalt Saints. You know, I don't think I've ever actually met someone named Shirley. I mean, I don't need you to send me the spreadsheets, but I also don't want you to do things you can't afford. Surely you must have. I don't think so, actually. All right. Pull that lever. Is it? News to me. And there we go. And playtime begins. Watch them just like fucking kill each other. Well, at least one of them is panicking. Bim is panicking. Oh, okay. That's the hope. Is that I end up with Etten babies. Oh, I've definitely been at least near one, but I feel like Shirley is like an older generation name, like Barbara. Like, you don't really meet anybody named Barbara. Although you could blame Barbie for that. Actually just going to seal off this wall. Just in case a lever gets accidentally pulled. Alright, time to just let them do their thing. Wait, what? Why is Apostle in prison? Oh, well, it's okay. You enjoy being in prison. Barbie is short for Barbara, yeah. So you don't see people named Barbie as often, or Barbara as often because of the Barbie Corporation. And nobody wants to be named after Barbie, because that's unachievable expectations, I think, is the word I'm looking for here. And they're all born around the 50s? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a previous generation name. Fine, I'll say it. It's a boomer name. There, you happy? Your mom's name was Barbara? Yeah. I mean, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's a name that you don't hear too often nowadays. You know, I was all in on the boomer jokes alongside everybody else, and then Christmas happened last year, and I had to deal with my tiny little cousins calling my dad and my mom and my aunt and my uncle and every single person in my family boomers, and it got so fucking annoying that I'm like, you know what? This isn't that funny. In fact, I don't think this is funny at all. Not enough Bobs around these days. There was two very good friends of the family when I was growing up named Bob. Two very good friends of the family, and I haven't met any Bobs in a long time. Roomba that screams in pain at everything is possibly one of my favorite videos on the internet to come out in the last few years. I mean, it was a common name, but like, it's a name that's ruined by a toy line, basically. Michael Reeves? I don't know. What about Michael Reeves? Oh, never mind. I don't know who made the video. No idea. I'm bad at keeping up on actual YouTubers like that. Furby? Wait, is Furby based on someone's, like, a human name? I know very little about Furbies. Never owned one, never had any friends who owned them. Oh, Kirby, not Furby. I actually met a Kirby pretty recently. Isn't Bill short for William, though? Like, I know some Williams. I just don't know any Williams that go by Bill. Although I've been thinking about Bills recently because I've been paying a lot of them. Yeah, Bill is William, right? Yeah. Your son is Will? So your son could be a Bill if you wanted to. Will is also William. Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I've never fully understood how the heck we managed to get Bill out of Will. I mean, I know I need to pay you too, Cooler. But yeah, Dick isn't something that you see very often these days. Well, some people see Dick very often, but you don't see people named Dick or go by the name Dick anymore. William, Will, Bill. I mean, sure, but where did the B come from? There's no B in William. I don't know. It's like the earliest ever example. Bill is like the earliest ever example of like the B meme. and you just want to be like Bill Nye. Kibbs, have you seen the Bill Nye the Science Guy movie? Which is like not about actual Bill Nye the Science Guy, but it's like a documentary of his life. Because if you ever want to like understand what it's like for streamers to be streamers, watch the Bill Nye the Science Guy movie. It's obviously on a bigger scale, but like imposter syndrome, fucking dealing with fame that you kind of feel like you don't deserve. It's a very, very fucking good description of what it's like to be me. No, I have not seen the KFC Lifetime movie starring Mario Lopez. I have not. I kind of wish that OG Bill Nye the Science Guy was like on YouTube or something. Although they probably are, but like officially. I need to like watch some OG. I need to just get really, you know what? Whenever you guys give me enough channel points to have a day off, I'm just gonna get really baked and watch Bill Nye the Science Guy all day. That's what I'm gonna do. Because Mario Lopez is famous. That's why. That's what I'm gonna do on my day off when you guys give me enough channel points to go away for a day. I'm just gonna get baked and watch Bill Nye the Science Guy all day. You felt like that without streaming? Depression struck? You have no idea how bad it must be for streamers? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Being a streamer doesn't suck, right? But streamers have the same problem that anybody who has any form of fame does, big or small. Like, being a streamer is an incredible, privileged, awesome job, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. But, like any job, it has its downsides. Cheeseburgers slap. Hamburger is fond of ass. Ass is donkey. Donkey enjoys bullying other thickness parameters. Don't smash like do smash. What? Admittedly, Zork is very overburdened, plot-heavy game. Chickens revolt without destitute pangolians interrogating interesting authorities. Spider impregnates spider daddy. Okay, you got me on that one. God. Trying to just end this fucking sentence. There we go. Spider impregnates spider. Oh dear. Oh dear. I needed a laugh. Thanks, chat. There's a reason I turn my camera off when I'm reading that shit. Spider impregnates spider daddy. Oh dear. Chat, you guys. I don't know what you need. Some form of help. Or like grammar lessons, one of the two. Dwarven justice? You mean, you didn't make enough socks! I shall cave your forehead in! With my fist! Chat needs antipsychotics? I don't know about that. Like, it's really funny when, like, Gita Jackson writes about how awesome it is that the dwarves are making unions, and I'm sitting here going like, no one ever talks about the dwarven police brutality. I love your writing, Gita, but like, maybe think about that. Heading upstairs? Sounds like you're going somewhere bad when you say, I'm heading upstairs. This is taking way longer than I wanted it to, but it's okay. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. You know, actually, let's just get rid of this. I don't need this one up here. And up here, I'm going to put a gear assembly. I should go do lunch. And for some reason, Amazon sent you two adapters? Bonus adapter. That sucks, though, that it's not compatible. I screwed this up. So Dwarven Necromancer shows up and gets a planter to help him steal an artifact. The Necromancer gets killed by squads, and then the fort erupts into fights, and there's blood fucking everywhere. I can tell you exactly why that happened if you want to know why. Was the Necromancer part of your fort? Or rather, was the Necromancer friends with people in your fort? Because you only need one dwarf to be a friend with that dwarf that is getting killed, and that'll happen. Because that dwarf will want to avenge their friend's death. And what you're seeing is a loyalty cascade. Yep. That's the loyalty cascade. It's a dark times. Also kind of hilarious, but dark times. I kind of love loyalty cascades, although that's like my biggest fear in this fort is because literally every dwarf in this fort is related. And it's like, if I were to get a loyalty cascade in this fort, everyone would die. Like, no questions asked. Every single dwarf in this fort would die if I got a loyalty cascade, and it would end the fort, which would be horrifying. What? Why can't I find granite blocks? Am I just out of granite? Yeah, fuck it. Just bring the boulders. It's only 3 dead? Oh, you're doing pretty good then. I once went from like 140 dwarves down to about 11 during a loyalty cascade. That was fun. I managed to keep that fort alive too. Good thing we did, because we got a pet dragon. It's the only fort where I've ever actually managed to do that. Pen pasture stray alpacas. Ponder shadow clocks. How's that one dwarf doing? Jacknerk. Ah, come on. First you want to practice a martial art, now you want to practice a craft. Make up your goddamn mind, you dumb dwarf. Can't have everything. It's just not how life works. But no, Daddy, I want it now. It's going full on Veronic Assault on me. That's like, yeah, I can't get you to train and make crafts at the same time. I can totally let you make crafts and I can totally let you train. Can't let you do both. I'm sorry. Like, it's just not how this dwarven economy works. I can let you do one for 6 months and then the other for 6 months. Can't just let you both do them both nonstop forever. I'm actually just gonna deconstruct most of this for right now. I kind of want them to just focus on the lower bit. Time to queue up coffins. Yup. Or slabs. Or both. All right, chat. I'm hungry, so I think it's time for me to do lunch. So if you're lurking in the chat and you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the stream. And if you're just chilling in chat, could I get a round of beers? I'm going to go grab myself some a sandwich. It's going to take me a minute, though, because I slept in a little bit today, and I didn't actually have time to make me a sandwich before I started. So it's going to take me a mo. Don't go anywhere too fast. Or if you're going to peace out, we'll see you when we see you. Hey, Salon, hope you're doing well. And I will be back. Enjoy the weird, spooky vibes that this track is doing. It'll stop in a minute. Or actually, you know, it's great. I'll just skip it. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Yeah, just grabbing sandwich. Alright, I return. Alright, humans have arrived. What time of year is it? Early spring. Ah, it's the first of granite. Well, would you look at that? But hello, Zerg. And a stray cat was found dead. Must have been the one death. Thank you, Besta. Well, that's easy. Tetrahedrite E. That's gonna get chucked into my tavern immediately, I think. I mean, we can just sell it back to them, right? Got enough dwarves that want to make crafts and stuff. We got to do that. To say what year it is, I think 119. And just let me check after I find granite. Oh, of course, it's right up at the top. It is the year 119, early spring, just rolled over. We started today at the end of year 17. Yeah, no baby Ettins yet. Just the 3 of them. Yeah, Silvershy. I don't know when you left, but we now have technically 3 Ettins. 2 males and a female. I'm very much hoping we can get baby Ettins. We will find out if breeding Ettins is possible. And if it is, by God, we're going to do it. I know I can't domesticate them or anything really fun like that, but regardless, it's going to be interesting. An interesting experiment, if nothing else. There it is. Kromsky stuff? Kromsky? What? Don't you love it when you type something out, Infinity, and then think that you sent it but didn't? And then 10 minutes later you look at Twitch and you realize, oh, I have this unsent message that's just been sitting here for the last hour. And the stream closed? I'm pretty sure stream's still up, but... Man, Twitch is not letting Infinity win today. Come on. There's die, right? Yep, stream is back. I'm still definitely here. Which means you probably missed what I said, but that's fine. It wasn't anything important. All right, well, that will hopefully power the whole thing here. Also, I should have done downstairs. Kind of screwed up on that one, but that is okay. Yeah, screw it. We'll put granite there. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's basically all I really said. It's like, don't you just love when, like, you go to type in a whole thing and then you're like, wait a second. Hey, Artemis. I never pressed enter. How dare I never press enter? Compared to 200 years of generated history? Very long. Very, 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 very long. Whoopsies. I mean, I don't want to like disappoint people, but I think the world dies a little bit after World Gen ends. All right. Well, the elves are bringing lots to trade this year. Let's hope. For I think do I have a male or female unicorn right now? Male unicorn. Let's hope for a female unicorn. Player has a significant percent of the economy. Oh yes, no, definitely. No, the ability for the dwarven AI to like function for themselves as a society is minimal. Like they're really bad at it. Functioning, that is. So the player often ends up more or less controlling the majority of the wealth in the world. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like if you look at my mountain home, it's like a hole in the ground basically with a couple dwarves in it, right? And a couple dwarves around it. Whereas like my fort is this giant monolithic place, so I don't know, we'll see. I think that it might disappoint some people. Necromancers win though because they're just overpowered right now. Yeah, man, I want that unicorn farm so bad. Alrighty, elves, we'll sell you all of the good food so that you trade me unicorn. Same with goblins. The goblins haven't been a problem in the past, though. Like, goblins haven't always been as OP as they are right now. Like, yes, currently they are very OP. But they haven't always been that OP. Yeah, I don't know. I personally think the only race that should live forever are elves, and the reason I think that is because, well, maybe like Unforgotten Beasts and stuff, but it is elves, and that's just because they are so weak they need some sort of advantage. They're like basically just cannon fodder to an extent. Like the morons are so freaking weak. It's like just not even fair, so. Well, they brought a donkey. Yep. No unicorn. Boy. Brought a donkey, an echidna, a moose, a chipmunk, a hedgehog, another donkey. Muleycorn? I don't think they can crossbreed. I'll buy that pedestal. I mean, I had a unicorn pastured with a horse for a while. Necromancers can't do much, but in times of war, their powers spiral out of control, generally ending the conflict. Because without bodies, they're useless, right, Artemis? So if they have bodies... Tarn did a really good talk a couple of years ago at the roguelike celebration, where he's just like, elves have a goal. They want bodies to eat them. Necromancers have a goal. They want bodies to res them, to make zombies, to make more bodies, to res them. So they snowball. They snowball really quickly. Because you give them bodies and they go make more bodies. When elves go make bodies, they die. Because they are weak. Ominous tones. They sometimes do. Not Sanovi. If you want to mutilate corpses, just get mutilatable weapons. Hey, Pi, how you doing? Just get weapons that mutilate more often. I tend to just use warhammers because they just make them explode into gore and it mutilates them immediately. Versus swords and stuff, because then they get chopped into bits and then the bits get rezzed. Which is terrifying. Oh, in world gen? I mean, if you don't want necromancers, just disable necromancers. Have you guys been, like, paying attention to, like, the discourse about the monoliths? The monolith that was found in the desert? Because I very much appreciate this. Monolith mystery solved. It's Toblerone. Was it stolen already? That's quick. Well, elves in Dwarf Fortress are cannibal eco-terrorists. They're not vegetarian, reclusive forest protectors. They are cannibal eco-terrorists. This isn't a Tolkien world. I don't know very much about Elder Scrolls elves. They're basically like, what if Peta ate their dead? They will blow you up if you chop down trees. They will order you to stop chopping down trees, and if you keep chopping down trees, they will set your face on fire. Yes, they eat people during war times. They eat the things they've killed. But in general, the elves are a pretty tolerable folk. They're just a little odd. Does anybody here have any theories as to what that stupid monolith in the desert was? I think someone's just really bored in 2020. That's my theory. I think that if it was anything actually serious, the military would have confiscated it a long time ago. A joke? That is a theory I can get behind, sir. An expensive joke? That is very true. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it is. It's very much just like piece of modern art stuck in the middle of goddamn nowhere. Selling it is not really an option. I mean, what's it made out of? It was a pretty big, like, hunk of metal, right? I mean, does it have, like, a meltdown value? Okay, so it's legitimately a piece of modern art. I don't think it's my place to say what is and what isn't art, frankly. In the current year, I'm not that form of an artist. So if someone considers something art, it's art at this point. Like, there's a lot of art that I don't understand, and you know what? That's okay. I don't need to understand all art. Oh, really? I thought it was solid for whatever reason. Of course you're art, King. Every human is art. I'm like less impressed to know that it's hollow though. For some reason I had it in my head that it was solid. Significantly less impressive. Also, King, what up, dude? How's things? So it was a strange tube. I mean, in order to be a tube, you have to be tubular, not a rectangle. It's mighty hard to be a tube and be a rectangle, right? So I wonder how long it's going to take for Ettins to breed. Take that out of context. I am still alive. It's good to know that you is still alive. I mean, you survived camping, so how hard could the real world be?
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Hobo here, King here, all the OGs are here. So what is it we're gonna twist? Oh, how long is it gonna take for Ettins to breed? I mean, you could, and then literally no one would get it, and we all go, huh? And then we move on. I would really like to go camping too. I like I like how elephants is the nearest like comparison, Darren. Dwarf Fortress. Good to know. Also, I didn't realize that Ettins were the same mass as an elephant. Interesting. You're just assuming? Gotcha. Today's been productive. We're building a big old windmill to make mills, and we got ourselves a female Ettin. And a male unicorn. I don't have a female unicorn now. I had a female unicorn. So we're trying to get another unicorn. Desperately. I'm spoiling the elves and trading them all our precious meals. Oh, Jesus. He's about to hit the big 4K. Last night I streamed a kind of weeby game that was fantastic. That almost made me cry. Called Umurangi Generation, which is going to go up on the YouTube channel in a few days. It's good enough that I'm going to buy the goddamn DLC for it. It was a game about taking pictures. Hobo, you need to watch the stream more. Keep your precious lead. Come on, man. However, how on earth are you going to earn your lead back if you don't watch the stream more? Come on, man. Whatever happened to my #1 hobo? Although, I don't think you're ever going to pass certain people. Who even is in #1 for hours right now? I wonder. Oh. Had a panic attack for a second there, but I fixed it. Crocodile has like 10,000 hours in the stream. iTrashy has like 9,057. 9,957 iTrashy does. iTrashy is like one of the most OG people in this channel, and I don't think ever leaves the channel. Naughty Shapes is 8,500. Skynet has 7,000. Skynet hasn't been around for a while. Cooler has 6,500. Bellinair has 6,400. My mom has 6,100. Then there's a few bots. Eggman has 5,600. Squug has 4,500. Peter has 5,400. You have been summoned. You need ad-free viewing. This is a problem. Bellinair, I literally get notifications in my dashboard every 15 minutes telling me to run multiplayer ads. And now Twitch is sending me notifications to my like proper notifications bar to run multiplayer ads. 30 minutes and 43 seconds until investments are open. What are tickets and invests? They have absolutely no practical purpose. They're completely pointless. They literally, like, I hope that the best feedback they can get is the fact that I'm in a closed beta for shitty ads that I don't want to show you guys. I hope that the best feedback I can give them is not using it. Also, chat, if you want to, like, here, there's literally one right now. Like, this shit. You can run a multiplayer ad with your next ad break. You know, I haven't run an ad break on my stream in about 6 months. I used to run them during the ends of the stream, like when I was doing like the stream ending now, I'd run a minute of ads, but like it made me an extra 30 cents a day maybe. So I just kind of stopped because I'd rather just host somebody, give that person a bigger host. But it's like, yeah, a multiplayer ad. It's basically just everybody, even subscribers, get forced to watch an ad, and then there are multiple on-stream. Don't worry, it's dumb. Then there are multiple on-stream surveys things, and based on the number of survey votes I get, or survey responses, I get paid in real time. And so that everybody knows how much I'm making in actual money, they use the only legal tender in bits and make it show up on the stream as bits, and then it goes into the chat as bits. So basically, it's just I force you guys to all watch an ad and then yell at you so that you interact with the ad, and then Twitch gives me slightly more ad revenue than I would get from a normal ad. I wonder if the notification will stop if you do it once. I'm not gonna do it once, because I don't want you guys to have to deal with that shit. I think that bitching about it and making my discomfort of the whole thing known is a better use of my time than playing it once. The music? It's just music I've licensed, so maybe Danganronpa licensed the same music. Which would be funny. I doubt it, though. You're disgusted with Amazon? It's very Dan's game. No, I agree. I mean, I could be spamming you guys with ads, but I would rather just say, hey, subscribe to the stream to not see pre-rolls, and if you support me on Patreon, how does one license music? Very carefully. There's many services that allow you to license music. And if we get my Patreon up to over $1,000 a month, I will get rid of my leaderboards on Twitch. We're very far off of that, but I would like to live in a world where I don't need to ask for money in any way. Clino, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Cheers, man. Welcome back. Is that how I play the vinyls? Well, for the records are two things. The records are mostly video game soundtracks, which are already licensed to be used on Twitch. I check which ones are Twitch licensed, because not all soundtracks are Twitch licensed. So I find soundtracks that are available on vinyl that are licensed to Twitch. The second thing I do is I reach out to small independent record labels / small bands that aren't on record labels or own their own record labels and ask them directly. If I can get written permission from them directly, then I can stream it. So there's like 4 bands that I have direct written permission to stream their music. So, yeah. And I can't wait for concerts to start happening again so that I can literally like walk up to bands at their table and be like, hey, I'm this person. This is my following. If I buy this, can I stream it to my audience? And will you please not give me a felony? But seriously, welcome back, Clino. Enjoy the ad-free viewing on the stream and the me bitching about the dumb multiplayer ads that they're going to continue to annoy me about every 15 minutes. This one's way too loud. One of these days I'm going to go through and normalize all of the volume of all this shit. I mean, as Nero was talking about on his stream the other day, and he listens to a ton of metal on his stream, most record labels aren't acting on this shit. Like, this has existed for literally years, right? There's like one record label group that is issuing DMCAs against streamers. One. And nobody fucking likes them anyway. And they have big fucking mainstream artists signed to their stuff. So just do your research, do your due diligence, don't be an idiot, and avoid the big record labels. And it looks like we have power. Maybe don't set Ariana Grande as your sub alert. Don't use Despacito as your follow notification. I say Ariana Grande because Ariana Grande was one of the few artists that a bunch of streams got DMCA claims for. You know, like, Puta Volcano isn't going around claiming Twitch streams. Like, one of the bands I do have permission to play, I'm a little bit nervous of playing because they have licensed their music to a few films. But they also own their own record label. So, like, I don't know. I need to, like, reach out to Fuzzatron Records again because they have so much good stoner rock. Holy shit. But I'm sorry, what? Stone? Yes, I do. But if I get claims by mistake, I still have to fight them, right? Yes, you can be in the clear, but I don't really want my stream to get bopped offline, and it's kind of not worth it, right? So if I get bumped offline and get a copyright strike, I could go claim them because I have written permission, and I could, like, fight it, claim it, and be okay, and get it cleared. Still fucking annoying, and I don't really want to do that. But, like, this lo-fi record, I have permission from the label to stream it. They were literally like, yo, just, like, fucking buy it, and yeah, you're good. Like, these tapes, I've got permission from Makeup and Vanity Set to use their music. Makeup and Vanity Set was tweeting about the fact that, yeah, fucking stream our music on Twitch and promote it, please. And I dropped the tape. Just gonna go grab that. There's a whole business for the photos these kinds of days. You just had to claim a picture on the company's website from 5 years ago. Just had to claim for... Nice Twitch shirt. I got it for free. It's like the worst Twitch shirt, but it's okay. It's wearable. You want to know what's a nice shirt that you should buy? One of these. 100% of the profits go to charity water. And Fog, who hangs around stream sometimes, did all the designs. And they have my stream team's branding on them. So every single purchase from any of these 100% of the profits go directly to charity water. We don't even see it. Well, I see the number, but that's about it. And you get yourself a nice festive sweater or t-shirt. The t-shirts literally exist because Hobo is like, yo, I'm in Florida. We don't do sweaters here. And I was like, yeah, you make a valid point. Oh no, Norstat's gone nuts. Fuck. That dwarf is just kind of wrecked by default based on their mental traits. The royal treasurer from the Merchants Guild has arrived. And there's a dead cat on the walkway. Bunch of cats died when the year rolled over this time. Angie. Thank you for the $10. Hope you're doing well. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Angie chucking $10 at me? You know what? We'll sell them large gems. I don't really have many uses for gems. And a couple of these smaller gem bins as well. Don't need training weapons. Well, actually, there might be a mace in there. Sometimes I'm not allowed to sell maces, so I shouldn't do that. Excuse me. Minnie Mouse, hello. How late? Wait, when was your shirt supposed to arrive, Valiner? I'm assuming you're talking about Halcyon shirts. I may be wrong there, though. Because mine's supposed to arrive tomorrow. We'll see if it actually arrives. Oh, GOG shirt, gotcha. Oh, you were supposed to wear it on stream last Thursday? You know what you should have done? You should have just taken a piece of paper and just wrote GOG is cool and stuff and just stuck it on your chest. Hey, Shad. Hello. Well, thank you so much, Angie, for the $10. Also, Halcyon frequency will do for stones and revealing tops. We should, legit though, we should do kilts. Halcyon frequency branded kilts. You'll buy 15? Exactly. My name is Abet on behalf of the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. This accent is new. I don't know where it came from. Give me all the wood. I mean, I don't know where I could make a Halcyon frequency branded thong, but if you can find me a spot, I'm sure we can do it. Maybe something for summer. Who knows? But that didn't happen. Yeah, conventions don't exist anymore. We should do some sort of a... I mean, if people are actually interested, like, I'm totally down to do, like, twice a year round of seasonal merchandise for Halcyon frequency. Short shorts with Halcyon frequency on the butt. I mean, I'd be down to do, like, boxer shorts. You'd buy the kilt. Jokes aside, I have no idea where the fuck I could do kilts. I don't know why my dwarves... I suddenly have a few dwarves that are all just depressed. Bored after being unable to practice some martial art. Well, you want to practice some martial art. All right, I'm going to put you in the bear fighters. Let's get the bear fighters training. But yeah, if people are actually interested, then I would totally be okay with doing seasonal merchandise for Halcyon Frequency. Because I'm sure Fog would be interested in doing more art for us. Oh, also our windmill's done, by the way. But didn't you know you don't exist, Patrick? You're actually just a super advanced Chinese bot designed to make children from North America be dumb. And not learn the maths. And my opinion is not biased at all. You are correct. I don't need a bot for that. That was my dad's conspiracy theory when I first started streaming on Twitch. I wish I was making that up. Almost there, Beelug. Almost fucking there. Come on, trader. Get down here and trade. Instead of socializing like you are right now, I need you to go trade. Come on. Details, Patrick. Details. You're listening to a story. I wonder what story they're telling. The human Nani Tanglepods became the lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport. Oh my god. Yeah, but will they ship it entirely to... Will they ship it and donate all the profits directly to charity without me having to do anything or touch any buttons? Because if I have to touch the money, I can't do it. You also want to practice a martial art. All right, go join the Bear Fighters then. Nani the football hooligan. Becoming the lawgiver. You're just saying, fair enough. I mean, using the service we use right now, I could in theory I could in theory do leggings. That's not what I wanted. I can't. The one problem I have with this chair is there's actually too many levers on it. Want it to be slightly higher. There we go. Skeleton leggings? I mean, I'm not talking about skeleton leggings. If you want my own personal merch, !merch in chat, you can buy my socks. I've got skull socks. Socks with skulls on them. Who doesn't want to crush the skulls of your enemies with every step? Skull socks. For a mass murderer like you. I mean, I guess I could make skeggings. Skeleton leggings, skull leggings, but no one would fucking buy them, so. Side note, holy fuck, those are expensive underwears, Hobo. I never said thigh highs. They're about knee high. They're pretty stretchy. If you stretch them enough, if you're not, like, If you don't have super thick legs and you stretch them a bunch, yeah, you could probably get them up to roughly your knees. Can you please go trade? And it's a thigh high if you're a dwarf. All right, what's that's not what I wanted to do. What story are you listening to now? In year 1, the Council of Tiring of the Confederacy of Sport found Yellow Seer. We are learning history. All right, dwarf. Get up there and trade, you doofus. Don't make me literally give your job to somebody else because you refuse to do it. I'm gonna give it back to Slipple. Slipple, can you go trade, please? There you go, perfect. Yeah, I don't know what to buy from them. Yeah, silly humans. Although they do bring us lots of stuff. You know what? Let's buy all the parchment sheets so we can write some more books. Need that. And that wood. This is actually, like, in my opinion, seems to be one of the best ways to stop the elves from murdering you, is just import wood from everybody. So you don't ever need to chop it down. There we go. Trading done. You want to make merry, you want to be around people. Norstat, what are you doing? Let's take you off of farming and take you off of hauling. Go make merry. Go hang out in the tavern, sing, dance, jump around, do a little dance, make a little love, get down with that. Also, you might know this, Kleno, but I have a bunch of Ettins in a room. Any idea if it's possible / how long it will take for them to make baby Ettins? I'm not saying I'm being impatient or anything, but they being slow. Not that I've had them for particularly long. They've been in there for about half a year. Well, certainly just stop, like, you know, being depressed. Norstat. Because if you continue being depressed and you go tantrum and then you commit a crime, we will just cave your skull straight through your brain. Because, of course, the punishment for any kind of crime here is death by beating or 50 days in prison and then death by beating. One of whichever happens first. The humans are all leaving soon. 'Tis the midsummer of the year 119. Also, I lied, by the way, Clino. It was year 117, midwinter, not year 118, but I guess I rounded up. No, because I don't think that's an excuse me, I do not believe that that is an option. You don't know the rules? You're asking smart people? Good to know. I'd love to know what the smart people's opinions are on Etten mating possibilities and Etten mating habits. Because frankly, I would love to know. Can I read a very infuriating comment out loud to you guys, chat? Because I know they say looking at YouTube comments is bad and YouTubers shouldn't do that. And visual aids, lots of visual aids, yes. So here's an infuriating comment for me. This was commented on one of my better performing videos that I uploaded a couple weeks ago. I'm a RimWorld guy, and the only things that have been stopping me from playing Dwarf Fortress are as follows. 1, the original version, I have no idea what the hell is happening. Okay. 2, it looks very hard and confusing. So same thing. 3, I honestly just don't want to put in the effort of researching to figure out how to play. Well, I found your fucking problem! Christ! Now, obviously, most of this is minor gripes. The first is the most important part solved by the Steam version, which apparently exists. Either way, I might actually check out Dwarf Fortress. So what you're saying is, it looks hard and scary, and you've never put any time into it to try it. Basically, you might as well have just said, the only reason I haven't played the game is because I don't wanna, and I don't wanna. Anyway. That's just I don't see a single gripe nor issue. It looks scary. Okay. I look scary in a dark alley. You can still walk past me. Admittedly, like, I find that those comments to be rather funny too, but I get those kind of all the damn time. It's like, I get it. Just wait for the pretty graphics. But don't try and say those like they're problems with the current game, because they ain't. People are scared of you? Yeah, yeah. Of the word gripe. Minor gripes. I mean, at least he knows they're minor gripes. But, like, I'm not even sure that those are legally registered as gripes. You banned a spam person last night who came back under the account today to tell us that he wanted to play, but wouldn't watch a tutorial on YouTube or read on the wiki. That wasn't the reason for the ban, but it was a bad start. Why isn't DF like CDDA? Jesus, wait, what? Why isn't DF like CDDA? That's a good question because it's not CDDA. Hello, welcome to Dwarf Fortress. It's the game that I primarily stream. Parakina. I think I butchered your name, probably. Please tell me how to properly pronounce your name so I don't fuck it up a second time. I love it when people are like, actually, you didn't fuck it up. And I'm like, what? That's not possible. Then I forget how I said it the first time and fuck it up the second time. Gripe is a verb. Complain about something in a persistent, irritating way. Grasp tightly. Clutch. Okay. Wait, what? Really? Secure a boat with gripes. Huh. You can secure a boat with gripes? I mean, that's not totally inaccurate use of the word gripe. Complain about something in a persistent, irritating way. Minor complaint. Gastric or intestinal pain. Definitely what they were talking about. Gastric or intestinal pain. I mean, in my opinion, it applies to what they were saying. It was a correct use of the word gripe. Yeah, no, I've started to run into a lot of, not problems, but like, there's this bloke in the chat last night who was arguing. Actually, hold on, Clino, can you DM me the username of that person that you banned? I have a wild theory. Also, what time did you ban them? Because I have a wild theory. And regardless, I had this person pop into the chat yesterday who was just going on and on and on and on and on about CDDA. First off, asked if I played CDDA, and then I said no, and listed off the reasons why I didn't like it. And then they basically just started going off and complaining about how they will never get into Dwarf Fortress because it has unnecessary depth. They should breed. Cool. Unless for whatever reason my ettins are sterile. Excellent. But yeah, no, anyway, it ended with me more or less just saying, like, I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with you in CDDA versus DF because it's just, this is exhausting and I'm not here to just argue with my audience about things. And then they were just like, well, if I'm making you uncomfortable, then clearly I will just leave. And it's like, so wait, hold on. You came into my stream purely to argue about the fact that I should be playing CDDA when they're not telling me I should be playing CDDA, but here are all the things that CDDA does better than every other game in existence. What? It's almost like there's other games. And I'm not the only person who's annoyed with CDDA. One of the main CDDA streamers on Twitch has recently, like, not dropped CDDA, but he streams it a lot less because he's been fucking annoyed with it. As the development for that game is so hogwash and all over the place. But it was way too complex. That's totally fair. It's Dwarf Fortress. The problem with Dwarf Fortress is not that it's a complex and hard game, because it is a complex game. It's not a hard game. It's a complex game. The problem with Dwarf Fortress is you don't learn it like another video game, so people try and learn it like a video game. You learn Dwarf Fortress like you learn a tabletop game. You have to sit down and read the manual, and that takes time. And there's a lot of people who don't want to put in that time, and that's totally fair. I completely understand anybody who says, I do not want to put the time in to learn Dwarf Fortress. Totally acceptable. What annoys me and bothers me is when people say that they don't want to learn Dwarf Fortress because it's scary, or it was too hard, or like, I tried but like stopped. It's like, okay, but did you though? Or did you like install it and then like try to click the main menu and then Alt F4 and then it didn't Alt F4, so you Control Alt deleted it? Like, did you actually try? I don't know. Like, it's definitely not an easy game to learn, but if anybody is ever interested in learning Dwarf Fortress, there's many people who are ready and willing to help on the subreddit, on the KitFox Discord, on my Discord, Twitch chats. It's not impossible by any stretch. Got you back. It's funny how people get around, right? I don't really want to out people, but I'll just say that the person that Clino banned was the same person who was being annoying in my chat yesterday. Which I think is really funny. What's even funnier is came into my chat not 30 minutes afterwards. So yes, after it got thwacked twice. Mm-hmm. And I hope that they are okay, generally. Stone. Because it must really suck, you know, hanging out in a Discord and getting banned, and then going to a subreddit and then getting banned, and then going into a Twitch chat and then getting told to leave. That must be kind of demeaning. You think you might give it another try whenever you have some more free time, but the complexity of the game seems really nice. The beauty of the complexity of Dwarf Fortress is you can actually actively ignore a large portion of the depth, because the player doesn't have any direct interactions with the depth. Like, velocity and liquid pressure, like, are things that you don't really need to pay attention to, but the game is tracking in the background, right? So it's like, it's a pretty easy game to interact with. The main difficulty curve for Dwarf Fortress is learning the hotkeys and learning what your options are and how you can interact with the world. Once you kind of get over that hump of, okay, how do I interact with this world? How do I give my dwarves orders? How do I control this fortress? How do I play this character in adventure mode? Once you've learned that, playing the game is fine. Wait, people need permission to play CDDA? What? All right, so there's our windmill. Starts up here on the surface, and goes all the way down to here. And then the dwarves are milling plants. Just look at that. Barley flour. Barley flour, barley flour, barley flour. Barley flour. Hey, Pac, what's up, dude? My mom's texting me, hold up. Like, legit, my mother's texting me. Well, some people just want to fight. You can't enjoy shit unless everyone else in the universe agrees. I mean, Norstad has slipped into depression. Damn it. That's a good time to try out Worm Online because it will take up all your time until your vacation is over. Oh yeah, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a, imagine like DayZ, if you're familiar with DayZ, but top-down ASCII, and sort of like Dwarf Fortress has way more depth than DayZ has, and no multiplayer. It's a single-player game. So it's basically just a top-down, turn-based zombie survival game with an absurd amount of depth. It also has a lot of very, not serious, annoying problems that make it difficult for me to enjoy it. It's time to make clothing. $60. What kind of annoying problems? It has a very big problem with feature bloat. So Dwarf Fortress is well known for suffering from feature creep. Feature creep is when the developer, rather than putting out more updates, goes off for 6 months and develops very strange esoteric features that make sense in the context of the game but take forever to develop. That's feature creep. CDDA suffers from feature bloat because CDDA is a open source game, so you have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of people adding stuff to it. Now the problem with this is when you have an open source game that doesn't really have a strict governance over top of it, where specific people are guiding the game in a specific direction, you end up with people causing feature bloat to become a real issue. And feature bloat is when you add features for the sake of features. So you end up with features in your game that exist because, lol. not because they make logical sense. And the main issue I have with CDDA is there are some people that want it to be a hardcore survival game. And then there are some people that want it to be a hardcore fantasy survival game. And then there are people who want it to be a hardcore post-apocalyptic survival game with weird alien technologies. And then there are people that want it to be a less hardcore survival game. And you have people adding features for all of those things all at once, which means you end up with a very malleable game that you can very much mod to be the thing that you want it to be. But the problem with that is you also just kind of have people throwing features in left and right that kind of make no sense for the way that you're playing and can really make the process of playing the game very unpleasant. Annual tribute from Basti Pime and Nulan Abo have come. So I've talked about this many times, but like the one that I always come back to is it's a hardcore zombie survival game. Remember that. Also, you can go into underground science laboratories and make cat girl servants that follow you around and you can pet them. And there's a lot of features like that in that game. Not that cat girls are particularly bad or anything. Like, there's no problems with cat girls. Cat girls are fine. But, like, does that have business being in a realistic zombie survival game? Genetically modifying cats and humans together to make cat girls specifically? That's just one example of why does this feature exist? And then you also have people adding in more ways for your character to become fatigued and become exhausted. Nope, but they did bring us a horse. Because their horse is amazing. 5 pink garnets, man, they're just straight up bringing us gems. A silver short sword? Damn. These humans are rich. Yes, and that's why I don't want to play CDDA. Because I'd rather play a game that has a coherent design direction, like Caves of Cud. Right? I want a game that knows what it wants to be and is that. Not a game where half the development team leaves every 6 months because they're tired with how the other half of the development team is developing it, you know? And they're going to go make their own fork. And it's like, take a look at take a look at Space Station 13. There are potentially hundreds of different versions of Space Station 13 to the point where every single server running Space Station 13 is running their own code. And every single server has about 50 to 250 players that actively play on it, right? So if every single server for their game is running a different set of code, they're all playing their own unique version of the game, which is cool and awesome, but also incredibly aggravating if you're trying to learn a game. Because you go to another server and half the shit's different. All the rules are different and everybody plays it differently. Can be really neat. But then also you have this problem where every single one of those, or rather most of those servers, argue that their server and their code base is the best version of the game. And everybody else's code base and their server, why the fuck would you play on that server? And then you get like this almost weird tribalistic, like crew versus crew fights. And like I watch a friend of mine who streams SS13 sometimes, and he has his own server with their own code. And there were people that will literally pop into their server just to troll them from other servers because they're like, you're playing an inferior version and our server's better. Like legit that happens. And it's infuriating and fucking obnoxious. And that's the problem I have with CDDA. And why can't I just avoid it? Because I'd rather play a game with a coherent design direction. That being said, if Tarn wants to add blackjack and hookers to Dwarf Fortress, I'm all in. Considering like they'll have the money for blackjack and hookers by the time the Steam version's out. I mean, come on. They're in the top 10 most wishlisted games on Steam right now. Like, they're right behind Humankind, which is hugely hyped. So, did you get it, Stone? I mean, I'm just gonna assume you did. All right. They could, yeah. This could be this could be a good method of keeping dwarves happier ish. Sometimes. Although wrestling is helping my dwarves right now. I only have one depressed dwarf over there in the wrestler squads now, instead of 2. Also, Clino, I don't know if you've seen this, but I've been documenting my Saturday day forts pretty heavily. And in the most recent one, I did this. Took screenshots of stuff as the events happened, which was a lot of fun. And we're gonna keep doing this. So I'm gonna have these little like collages of every fort. Yes, the depressed dwarf that is naturally inclined to be depressed. Yes. Come on, slow moving human. Drop your shit off. There you go. Oh, that's a little bit more reasonable. 1 large rose quartz. Wow, okay. What do I think of RimWorld? I think RimWorld advertising itself as a game that's like Dwarf Fortress is borderline false advertising because it's so different from Dwarf Fortress. I have about 4,000 hours in RimWorld, and I very much enjoy the game. I don't like the recent design direction with the most recent DLC. I think that they've kind of ruined the balance of the game in a lot of ways. As Tynan said in a recent interview he did with a friend of mine, he kind of failed in that the people who play RimWorld a whole lot generally play it on the hardest difficulty, trying to min-max things, whereas he wanted to make a game that's like Dwarf Fortress, where people just play on a more easier mode and just kind of enjoy the procedural stories. I think that the capabilities of RimWorld to be a story generator are minimal and kind of uninteresting. I don't think it's possible for RimWorld to generate interesting stories to the degree that Dwarf Fortress does, which is where RimWorld draws inspiration. I think RimWorld is an excellent min-maxing tower defense base building game. Aside from that, I think that its story generation capabilities are downright boring. But as a min-maxing tower defense game, base defense game, I think it's pretty fucking great. The combat in it was a whole lot of fun, and then they added the recent DLC, which I'm not a fan of at all, because it just takes a mechanic that nobody really likes from Dwarf Fortress and charges you money for it and then doesn't do it very well. No, SS13 is great, but anybody who plays SS13, in my experience, agrees that the feature bloat problems of SS13 are an issue. Like, I don't know anybody who plays SS13 that doesn't, like, roll their eyes when you talk about the multiple code bases and the multiple servers and everything being completely different. Its greatest strength is also its biggest weakness. Like, you could spend hours learning one SS13 server, get banned from the server, and then have to relearn half the game when you go to a new server. It's a pain in the dick. But I don't know, I digress. Goon Station for life. I hate Goon Station so much. There we go. We're making clothing. Goon Station is one of the servers, one of the code bases for SS13. One of the originals, one of the longest running ones, actually. And now, before anybody asks, my opinions on No Moria are pretty simple. I don't see a reason for me to play a game that is literally just a carbon copy, mechanically, of Dwarf Fortress that doesn't do as good a job on any of the mechanics because, well, it's probably because you tossed me out of an airlock. I won't get into why I hate Goon Station. But yes, you probably did toss me out of an airlock. Actually, the last time I was on Goon Station, I just went around mopping the floor. I cleaned up quite a bit of blood, some vomit, some piss, bits and pieces of people. I put down wet floor signs. I was actually pretty productive. No, my issues with Goon Station are more along the lines of people, or I like watching certain streams and people from Goon Station coming in and disrupting that stream because they're not playing on Goon Station. I usually just play janitor. It's kind of nice. You don't really need to interact with anybody, and you just kind of go do your own thing, and occasionally you just kind of pop out and mop the floor. And you get to kind of watch everything crumble around you. It's kind of fun. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict, eh? Also, speaking of multiple code bases for SS13. You seen this shit? I'm following it just because I'm curious. Space Station 14. As if, you know. Apparently this one's coming out in fall 2020. Well, you got a week. Although I will say Space Wizards Federation is a really good name for a group of people developing a thing. So, you know. Once again, greetings, Slipple, from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our dwarves? But that's just, you know, another code split. Although I think that's one of those projects that's actually trying to port the game to Unity, if I'm not mistaken. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And porting the game to Unity, that's admirable. Scrolls and choirs. Get to it. I'd like to see one be successful. Actually, what I would really like to see is I would like to see one be successful, and I would like to see all of the various Space Station 13 forks converge and kind of be friends. I would like to see that. Because Unity works. It's easy. It's free. It's powerful for what it is. Because Unity is a good engine. Yes, it has lots of problems. Is it perfect? No, but it's accessible, it's easy, and lots of developers know how to use it. So everything uses Unity. Did you know that Hearthstone runs in Unity? Because it does. Unity is a very powerful, good engine. Game Maker can die in a hole. Unity's pretty fucking good. If used correctly. Literally, yeah, right? Balliner, Among Us is literally baby's first SS13. Yeah, Game Maker. Game Maker's another engine like Unity. In fact, it's on Steam. I think you can just buy a Game Maker license on Steam, can't you? Yeah, Game Maker Studio to desktop. It's $110. Game Maker. Even non-gamers are playing it? Oh yeah, no, it's a cultural phenomenon. It's like Fall Guys 2 happened. Fall Guys happened and that got a little bit of a mainstream following, and then now Among Us is just like the biggest fucking thing in the world. Although it's kind of fun. It's something that I think is interesting though. Is I know if a game has become mainstream popular if my mother has heard of it. My mother's heard of Fortnite. I asked my mother the other week when I was over there if she'd heard of Among Us, because my mom runs a school for young children, right? So she has, it's like 3 to 6 year olds, I think, in her school, or maybe it's 3 to 7. Anyway, little kids, and in her Montessori school. And I ask if she hears these kids mention these games. She's heard them mention Fortnite, but she hasn't heard of Among Us yet. She also never heard of Fall Guys. So Among Us is great. Like, we're not, to be clear, I'm not knocking Among Us. Among Us is kind of awesome, right? I'm not gonna knock Among Us because that game is really cool. Your wife's sister. Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. Elementary school teachers, definitely. Although I had to explain what Fortnite was at the beginning of the year before the pandemic happened to my uncle, because he knew that his he was having problems with his students because he's a grade 7 teacher, so elementary school, oldest age of elementary school here. He was having trouble keeping kids from playing Fortnite, and I had to explain to him what Fortnite was. Where's Sliplad? I'm looking for Purple Dwarf. There you are. Yep. That's a lot of stuff. Holy shit. But I don't know. I think that that kind of thing is really good for video games as a whole, just kind of normalizing them as a toy. You know, it wasn't that many years ago that I was getting bullied by the cool kids for playing video games, you know? It wasn't that many years ago. You know, you're a nerd, you play video games, you know, like that. This was like 12 years ago, not even, right? So I don't know. I get kind of happy when I see games like Fortnite being like public cultural phenomenons. I get happy when I see games like Among Us being played by U.S. politicians as part of their like as part of their what's the word I'm looking for here? Election cycles. Uneducated savages? They weren't friends, but sure. People I knew growing up who would like fucking harass me for playing games. Campaign, outreach, sure. Both of those things. Both of those words are applicable. Also, I'll be honest, I'm really happy that Among Us is one of the biggest games in the world and not Fortnite anymore. I mean, Fortnite is still one of the biggest games in the world, but I'm happy that Among Us is up there, which is a game that was made by 3 fucking people. You know? It's nice to see small games get big success. Not just Fortnite, which was made by Epic Games, and Fall Guys, which, yes, sure, Fall Guys is an indie studio, but they're an indie studio with 200 fucking people that work for them. Very big indie studio, you know? Well, technically, I think it's 4 now, isn't it? Because Victoria works for them now, who's Kit Fox Games' old community manager. So, I don't know. I'm happy. I'm happy for that small group of people, you know. It was a labor of love, and they made a game that they wanted to make, and they're successful for it, and I'm super fucking happy for them. You're happy as hell that what I was made of fun of, like D&D, video games, and anime are starting to become accepted as the mainstream? No, totally. I mean, and, you know, I'm annoyed by things like Critical Role for a lot of reasons, but Critical Role is playing a critical role in normalizing and mainstreamifying, which I don't think is a word, D&D.
You suck.
I know. Oh, I know. I know, sir. I know. Come on, you liked that one. But and you know, Twitch is helping with that sort of stuff, right? And like, you know, we over here in the realms of smaller streams kind of glare at Ninja for being fucking corporate sellouts and big ass posers, but like at the same time, like they are promoting a medium that we love, which is directly making it bigger. You liked the camera switch too? See, I'm good at my job. And also this, who needs a fucking like Stream Deck when you could just have like a hotkey pad? I'm just saying. I just need to do that sometimes. And, you know, also turn on shit cam and have aesthetic moments like this. Coffee. Say hello to my rubber duck! Oops, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. What was I talking about? Right, yes. But, you know, the bigger the big mainstream games get, the bigger the more trickle down will eventually happen. You know, like I got into Twitch because of big mainstream games. I started watching streams originally because of fucking League of Legends, which at the time was the biggest game in the world, which annoyed a lot of people. I watched esports. I watched StarCraft, and eventually like that trickle down happened, and I ended up watching variety streamers. And oh, Phasmophobia? I mean, Phasmophobia is like a weird kind of more niche thing, but yeah. Phasmophobia is a game that's big amongst gamers. It's not as it doesn't have that kind of mainstream success, but it's certainly fucking successful. It's got nothing on Among Us. Mostly because it, like, you know, Among Us also has the mobile stuff, right? Like, to give you an idea, I literally just looked. Phasmophobia has 160,000 reviews, whereas Among Us has 390,000 reviews, and it also has the free-to-play stuff on the mobiles, which is where the actual player base is. Day 9 for you? The first actual stream that I ever remember watching Normal Otaku was Cnanners playing Borderlands 1 when Borderlands 1 first came out, which was 2009, and it was on Ustream. And then Justin TV. And then I remember watching streams on Owned 3D back when that existed. Watched League of Legends on there, and then Eventually I ended up watching StarCraft on Justin TV, and then Justin TV turned into Twitch, and then I watched StarCraft and League of Legends on Twitch. And then I did that for a couple of years. In like 2012, I started watching other games, and by like 2013, I was messing around with streaming myself, and then I was homeless for a bit. And then I came back in 2014, and I never stopped. Without his awful video editing. That's amazing. And you know, like, now I've been streaming longer than most of the people on this website, and somehow I'm still here and doing this full time, you know? Like, that's I think the thing that blows my mind more than anything is like, number one, I've been streaming longer than most of the biggest streamers on this website. But the thing that blows my mind more than that is that I'm still here and still doing this full time after so long. Turns out he was fun to mock in chat too, and now you're here all the time. I mean, you watch me and Sal and all the other DF streams, right? And then get annoyed when they play Minecraft for weeks on end, just like me, right? Although I just stream Dwarf Fortress and then Minesweeper because I have a problem, okay? It's a sickness. It's a disease that can only be treated with more Minesweeper. I've been reading about Minesweeper theory and patterns, okay? It's a problem. What's wrong with Minesweeper? Absolutely nothing. You should play Minesweeper with us and join the Discord and then post screenshots of your wins in Minesweeper. Hums lyrics of white nerdy. Oh, also, I made this for those nerds that don't shut up. Not that it's a good PB. 344 is not good at all, but it's a PB, okay? What time of year is it? It's late autumn. 119. I'm glad that I got to shake Day 9's hand at the most recent TwitchCon, though. You need to know the controls to play Phasmophobia. That's already a non-thing for non-gamers. You also kind of need a microphone. You don't mock DF people unless it's their shtick. Fair enough. Constant salt everywhere. Everywhere once in a while is some DFs. And why? Because you're just like throwing shade in the salt all the time? Zycrom, thank you very much for the raid. What were you streaming, if I can ask? How you doing? It's good to see you. I'm gonna go stalk your stream. What were you playing? Because I don't follow you, so I can't look that up and cheat. Monster Sanctuary. How was sanctuating all of those monsters? I mean, Monster Sanctuary is like 2D Pokemon, right? Well, I don't know if you can breed animals in Monster Sanctuary, but I'm waiting for these Ettins to breed. Those E's. 2 of them are boys and 1 of them's a girl. 1 of them's unable to walk because TLDR, a Cyclops bit its toe off. That Cyclops bit its toe off. It's now a corpse on the ground But that Cyclops bit its toe off. I made them fight a while ago, and the Cyclops bit his toe off. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Monster Sanctuary looks great, but it's literally my 2 least favorite things in the world. I don't like well, actually, no, it's my 3 least favorite things in the world. Don't really care for like the kind of cutesy Pokemon stuff. Don't like turn-based combat like that, and I don't like Metroidvania platformers. Like, it's literally the 3 things in the world I don't like. I'm like, this looks like a really well-made thing that I have no desire to ever touch. Because I put it there. I caught it in a cage and put it into this giant maze, and made them fight. Yes, no, I very much know that I shouldn't play it. Which is why I don't intend to. Unless they decide to pay me to play it, in which case, then I'd do it. I'd futz around in that world for a bit. Lorstat's stumbling around obliviously. Rip. He really does, fellow mods. I mean, some people, that's just their shtick, right? I do like the music. I was watching Sui play it the other day. I like how I'm sitting here going, come on, Ettins, breed. And they're all just like hiding at opposite ends of this area. It's like this one's up here in the top right, distracted. This one's over here in the left, very distracted. This one's down in the bottom corner, stressed. I don't think we're gonna get baby Ettins anytime soon with them in this kind of a situation, you know? Why am I breeding them? Why not? Because I want to make more Ettins so that I can make them fight in my big arena. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, right? And it's a sandbox where you do whatever you think is fun. And in my case, I really like, or in this particular fortress, I'm trying to keep the fort alive for as long as bloody possible. I want to, I'm trying to like match / pass the oldest fortress ever documented, which is Arch Crystal, or that's the oldest heavily documented fort anyway. And the goal for me is to keep this fort alive. So I end up with like a lot of time and not much to do. So I've been catching and trying to breed like animals that you don't normally get to catch and breed. I've been writing a lot of books. I've been watching my dwarves write books, and I've been doing other things like that they wouldn't normally do in Dwarf Fortress. Okay, you really need to like just stop hauling things. Just go entertain yourself, dwarf. So this fortress is on year 119, which means we are 114 years old. How many dwarves do we have? 50. So we're 114 years old. Most fortresses in Dwarf Fort, from what I can tell, don't live longer than like 3 years. So that's a very old fortress. A very, 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 very old fortress. Clothing industry is up and hot. Not particularly, just a relatively normal start. I certainly didn't generate a world with more resources, which I could have done. I mean, people have no idea what they're doing, Clino. And Dwarf Fortress is, unfortunately, got a bad rap because of false knowledge being passed around from person to person. Outdated knowledge. I would be willing to bet you, Clino, your average Dwarf Fortress player is convinced that thermonuclear cat explosions and cats dying of alcohol poisoning can still happen. Like, I'd be willing to bet money your average Dwarf Fortress player would think that both of those bugs are still active problems in the game because of false information. But, you know, maybe that's also speaking to a strength of the game. Perhaps that is an advantage, that the game is so open and mysterious with so many possibilities that people still think that bugs that have been fixed upwards of 5 years ago are still active issues in the game. Wait until I have this fort done, and then you can be like, this dude kept a fort alive for 1,000 years, and they'll be like, here's 250 streams worth of how to not kill a fort. Thermonuclear cat explosions were a problem that happened in a very old version of Dwarf Fortress, where if you'd have a certain number of cats in the room, it wasn't very high, it was about 5, they would breed and multiply so fast, it would kill your frame rate in seconds. And they would literally just go and just explode and cover your entire map. There's footage of them on YouTube. And it would overload your game, and your game would crash. There's rumors that say it would crash your computer. Didn't actually crash your computer, just crashed the game. But that's a thermonuclear cat explosion. So much nonsense, so much false information, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and because the way cats work, the way most animals work in Dwarf Fortress is most animals, you can make them available as a pet, and then if a dwarf likes that animal, they will go claim that animal as a pet, right? So if you make a sheep available for a pet, a dwarf that likes sheep will go say, this is my pet sheep now, and hug the sheep and pet the sheep and give the sheep food and keep the sheep as their friend. But cats are the opposite. Cats are uninterested. So cats will just decide, I want you to be my owner now, and will just pick Dwarf to be their owner. I heard that if you thermonuclear cat explosion in DF, you can thermonuclear cat explosion in real life. Yeah, it's called, well, you can kind of thermonuclear rat explosion. Rats breed fast enough to cause the frame rate of the world to slow down. Have you ever been to New York? Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Also, hey, Quatch, what's up, dude? How's things? I don't know. Clino, like, I'm part of the reason I'm playing this fortress is because somebody has to do it. Like, literally the only reason I'm doing this fort is because someone in YouTube comments was like, yo, you should make a fort and try and keep it alive for 1,000 years, which was, don't worry about it. It's completely irrelevant, the investing thing. It doesn't matter and doesn't affect anything. It's just a little mini game you can play in chat if you want. But literally 10 parts in, so I'd done 10 streams of this fort, that person commented on the 10th one going, oh God, you're actually doing it. It was a joke and I didn't mean it. And here I am, 45 streams later, still at it. It's been 4 months. And sell everything. Everything. You want to practice a craft? Well, Go practice craft then. And here we are. Sorry, not sorry. How you doing, Metzis? It's good to see you. Wouldn't it mean to get to 1,000 years it would take 4-ish years? Probably not 4-ish because I've slowed down a bunch recently. The past month and a half I haven't been playing this fort as much because I've been busy. Other games have come out, like Creeper World came out. A few other games that I've wanted to play came out. I played a buttload of Caves of Cud for a couple weeks. I haven't been playing as much of this fortress, but no, I estimate I could probably get this fort done in 1.5 years. Maybe a little less than that. I mean, I've put about 300 hours into this fort so far. And I stream about 230 hours a month. Like, if I started doing, like, 24-hour streams and, like, marathon streams of this fort, yeah, we could get it. I could get it done in 6 months. It is so good. I've been trying to convince the rest of the stream team to play Caves of Cud, and they'll just look at it and go, this looks weird and old, and then don't. And it makes me sad. Kind of threats are there to my fort? Very few, and that's intentional. I have a low population. We are being very careful and not going to war with the elves, which is very easy to do if you're just not dumb. We are trading with everybody and maintaining peace. We are the biggest trade hub in the world. So basically, we're an economic fort, not a war fort. I do have a very, 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 very good military, and a lot of wealth. But in theory, we could get ambushed. We have been attacked by the goblins before, but because of how I have it set up, it wasn't really an issue when they attacked us. Basically, I'm playing very carefully. The biggest threats are in the basement in the form of Forgotten Beasts. Right now in the basement, there's this guy, which is a great humanoid composed of green glass. It has a long, straight tail, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. This guy, I don't really want to fight. He's this capital H over here in the corner. Right there, around my cursor. That's one of the randomly generated Forgotten Beasts. Yeah, green humanoid, you heard me. Then there's also, where is it? Negethic, the Forgotten Beast, which is an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Also fucking terrifying. Except it's a 4-legged critter. With wings, but made of clear glass instead of other types of glass. Still stressed and distracted. Gotcha. So yeah, no, I mean it's just there are threats, but because I'm pretty good at Dwarf Fortress, I'm pretty good at avoiding the threats. Sounds like something from Australia. I mean, this game has randomly generated creatures, right? And the Forgotten Beasts, Land Titan, and Land Titans are randomly generated creatures. So they take a whole bunch of different parts and they kind of mash them together into one, and then that's your creature. So you could have like the one that I always go back to, which is the scariest one that I ever fought, which killed like 200 dwarves, was a steel horse. With webs that just like rampaged through my entire fort. I've had like flying blobs composed of snow, which are hilarious because you breathe on them and they die. I've had like I had a giant one-eyed chicken that breathed fire, which is basically just like a really shitty dragon attacked me, which was hilarious. And it actually died because, okay, just like, get this. There was a bunch of elves on the surface, right? Because I had a tavern on the surface, and it breathed fire on one of these elves, right? And it roasted this elf so good that its blood boiled, right? And when its blood boiled, it caused its chest to explode into gore. Now, when this happened, blood sprayed everywhere, and the searing blood got caught in the Forgotten Beast's eye. Now, it melted the Forgotten Beast's eye and melted the brain. It literally died because it blasted a ball of fire. And I peeked my mic, I think. It blasted a ball of fire directly at this elf. The elf boiled, exploded, and sprayed blood all over this thing, which made its eyeball drip out and its brain fall apart. Yeah. Roasted. This is a very family-friendly game. No violence or bad things happen. Speaking of violence and bad things, Jack Nurick is throwing a tantrum. Also, I've got 2 accounts of vandalism against Norstat, so that's 57 days in prison for Norstat. I gotta make 3 weapon racks. You're probably gonna go get a vandalism charge, I would expect. I mean, here's a story about Dwarf Fortress. If you want like a lore story from Dwarf Fortress, just go watch that video. I'll see you in 4 minutes. It's a pretty short video. Dwarf Fortress is amazing, but like keep in mind that in order to kind of have those stories and experience that stuff, you very much need to... Okay, you did punch somebody. You attacked Cheers Jamie. Although you missed. You missed him a couple times. She just like dodged, rolled out of the way. And then she... Yeah. He tried to attack a very good military dwarf and they just dodged, rolled out of the way. What's up, Phineas? How we doing today? On one hand, I kind of hate that there's no way this thing lived to get to my fort beasts, but on the other hand, you don't want the steel webbing beasts. How the fuck did that ball of snow live for 400 years? All right, let's follow Petra. Petra's our captain of the guard and the one in charge of criminals. So is the one who's going to chain up criminals that commit crimes. So we have 2 crimes that have been committed and sentences that need to be carried out against both of them. Which, if it's a beating, they're probably just going to get their head caved in. Okay, so you're going to go chain up Jack Nurick. Let's hope that this fixes Jack Nurick. They're very, very, very opulently nice prison cells, so hopefully you just admire the chains and the beautiful chair and the beautiful table and all that stuff. And I'm assuming you meant to say long? I mean, like, there's something to be said, Redbeard, for the frenetic insanity that is, like, one of... Norstat has become haggard due to tremendous stresses placed on him. Same with Jack Nurick. I think it's just the 2 of them. Norstat and Jack Nurick. I think that's all the sentences. There is something to be said for, like, you know, Scoundrel M and his hyper-manic fucking insanity forts, where it's just like, yeah, oh, look, an army of goblins shows up. Okay, everybody charge, even like the children. Charge! We'll run them outside and just like let them beat outside in a big brawl. Look, there's bits and pieces going on everywhere. Oh no, everybody's tantruming. Okay, new fort. Like, there's something to be said for that kind of way of playing Dwarf Fort, where a fort lasts like maybe a year. And that stuff's a lot of fun. But I kind of do that. Like, on the weekends, I will embark, play, and then finish a fort in a day. And the last one that we made can be found in, and that world can be found in exclamation point day forts, and you can find information about all those forts, and I'm doing my best to kind of document a whole world. But I still kind of play a lot slower. You're learning quite a bit from this. Also, Redbeard, if you go to my YouTube channel, I have a whole playlist called Dwarf Fortress for Beginners, which is literally just like me explaining basic concepts of Dwarf Fortress in this fort, using this fort as examples. So when people ask a specific question that I can answer in like a minute, I will answer the question, explain it, and then highlight it and put it up on YouTube separate as a video. And some people like those videos. I think that they're very lazy, cheap content. But, you know, if people like them, I'll keep making them, and people seem to like them, so I'll keep making them, damn it. I don't have that many. Like, you're not going to learn the whole game, but you'll learn the basics of a few things. Like, maybe you didn't know how bridges work. Well, now you know how bridges work. Let's see how Petra's doing. Blissful remembering a very good dining room. Good stuff. This dwarf was born in this fort in the year 43 and is now 76 years old. God damn. He once fought a titan in adventure mode that killed 60-something people. Their lair had a bone, had bones and corpses everywhere. They were a ball of water. What did it do? Drown them? It's like, I'm going to lie on you. That's kind of great though. I'm going to sploosh you. I've got like 40 of those. You can go watch all of them. They're all different stories. We got tales of vampires. We got tales of nightmares. We've got tales of great beasts and giant scorpions and dragons and cats. Most of that is just legends too. I thought I removed this from the playlist. Yeah, whatever. Thought I did. Guess not. Well, I mean, if you want to see a cat catch fire and run around burning while a dragon eats it, there's a video on my YouTube channel of that. By that I mean it's cat and then just ball of fire and then cat is gone. But that's before I was getting cooler to do art for every single one of those videos. Also, that dragon in that video is available for sale on my merch store in the form of a sticker. Zaloro, okay. You're doing the reading, smash T. After reading classic interviews, did they write a new book? It's been a while since they've written any books. Yeah, they kind of stopped writing books. Choose Adhesives. That's a good name for a book. Written on the item is a manual entitled Choose Adhesives by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the preparation and use of adhesive materials. The writing is clearly organized. The prose is great. That's a new one. That might actually be one of our first not terrible books. It's just a manual about how to use glue. Stutchers for everyone. Okay, no, we do have a few new ones. This one's also authored by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the method of suturing. It is a poorly executed humor, and it's not awful but not very good either. Mastering Beliefs is another book. This one was written by Lord Floof, and it concerns the nature of belief. The writing is stunningly self-indulgent, not awful but not very good either. Against Ignorance, a Pig Parchment Choir, written by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is quite mocking in tone and a bit stiff. It's not awful, but not very good either. More glue, true ignorance. Okay, these ones are all old. Something like that, yeah. More capital D's and lowercase c's, but yes. Large, bold, green capital D's specifically. Still trying to figure out quantum stockpiles? I don't use quantum stockpiles, so I wouldn't be the person to ask. How are you in every stream you watch? Because Infinity Simplex is the original Halcyon Frequency fan. Infinity beat you to it by years. Infinity's been watching all of us for a very long time. Probably around as long as the team's been around. Do we Highlander this? Please don't. We need more fans. If we only have one fan, then only one person watches all of us and we all go out of business. Like, you do support us very heavily, and that's wonderful, but, like, I don't think you can financially afford to pay all of our rent. There should be more than one, is what it should actually be. Because if there can be only one, then I'm going bankrupt, and I guess I need to get a real job again. Nine is way too much plays. Please sinks into the ground, freaks out, crumples up into a ball of, like, fear and their own mucus. Jack Nurk is throwing a tantrum while in prison. Welp. And Norstat is completely haggard. Good to see that the prison system is working. We got a dwarf that's trying to beat up their statue, and then a dwarf that's just, like, freaking out. I still just want these Ettins to fuck already. Come on, make baby Ettins. I want more Ettins. Me and Suplex can 50-50 it. Maybe not. What's an Ettin? A giant with two heads. So it's a two-headed giant. They see 4 times as well as a Cyclops, because they have 2 sets of 2 eyes. Minstrel, what up? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I thought you were going to be breeding big mythical creatures, but just two-headed giants? Are two-headed giants not big mythical creatures? I'd really like to successfully breed hydras one day. I've had hydras in my fort. I've just never managed to actually breed them. Zycrom. Thanks for being the first person to gift a sub in this channel this week. Cheers. For gifting a sub to infinity. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and welcome back. So far you have about a 100% lead on me. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Spooky. I like the ominous music. Suits the vibe. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For Zycrom gifting a subscription to infinity. You just get paid a lot of money to do an easy job. It's kind of like my uncle. My uncle gets a ludicrous salary too. Okay, so my uncle works in a union, right? I won't say what union, but you might be able to figure it out. Regardless, he works at the docks, and he used to have a very high-paying gig repairing the gears in cranes, basically. So he was like a crane repair guy. And so he got kind of a ludicrous salary as a very specific like engineer, right? He was in a pretty bad dirt biking accident and completely fucked up his shoulder. So he couldn't do that job anymore. So now, from what I can tell, his whole gig is he walks into shipping containers, puts cars in neutral, and sits in them while they roll the cars out of the shipping containers, steers them into the thing so that they can put them onto the flatbed trucks to ship them out. It's literally his whole job is rolling in cars out of shipping containers, and he gets a bonkers salary for it. Currently making cookies, banana bread, and even muffins. Can I have some banana bread? I want banana bread. I've had like this weird craving for banana bread recently. Everyone deserves a union like that. Yeah. Self-employed, independent contractor with no health benefits. Well, at least I live in Canada. True story, if I didn't live in Canada and I didn't have, like, free healthcare, I would have had to quit doing this full-time this year. It's gluten-free banana bread. Can I have some banana bread? I really want some banana bread, man. This is going to be the first Christmas in like 8 years where I'm not going to be making fudge. I used to always make fudge every year. I would make fudge and a few other things, but mostly fudge. And I would, I would give fudge to everybody for Christmas instead of like physical gifts. I'd buy these little cardboard boxes and like wrap them up really nice and like put little cards for everybody on them and give everybody fudge. I don't have anybody to give it to this year. Like, what am I gonna do? Give my parents a big batch of fudge? Like, they can fucking make fudge themselves. They have my recipe. They could just do that. So, I mean, I could make like a half batch of fudge or something, but it's kind of like a waste almost. So yeah, this is the first year in like probably over 10 years that I haven't made batches of fudge for everybody. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, if I lived in the States, I'd be totally fucked. But because I live in Canada, I'm fine. Could I consume my own fudge? I'm a type 1 diabetic. The amount of insulin I would need to use for that would be ludicrous. So I don't feel like giving myself a massive injection to probably also then spike my blood sugar and feel like trash for the next few hours. It's just kind of not worth it. I used to consume my own fudge, but the type 1 diabetes thing makes that difficult. It's like massive needle or like not. It's like halfway between the two. Yeah. I literally just saw a dog die. See that little red D right there? Oh, I can't select the game. But the dingo, it was a dingo, a pet dingo that we had, literally just died in front of all those dwarves. As the season changed, there it goes. It's dead now. Boom. We are now in the year 120. 115 years old, this fort. And, is Stone here? Just checking. Did that dingo eat a baby? I don't think so, no. It was quite a friendly dingo. This human is walking really slowly. Other stone, not stoned hobo. The stray dingo has been found dead. Yay, they spotted it. It's whenever he decides to type in exclamation point hobo. That's where his sound command is. More importantly, where's your hat, Anender? You need a hat. This is a problem that needs to be fixed.
This is madness! Madness. This is stone hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. I'm just trying to prod him into doing it. I mean, I can do it whenever. He has a 1 hour cooldown. I don't. Holy hell, this human is walking slowly. This human is so frail. What the heck are you carrying? Just very much trying. I'm surprised they got here on time, based on how slow this human's moving. They should really, like, bring a pack mule or something. Bookcase toppled by Japnarek. Starting fist fight, reporting crime. Uh-oh. One count of vandalism. And punched Zaloro. Unlikely. Probably just really weak. Show jump seizure is the name of this human? Are you for real? I'll show you a jump seizure. It's gonna take him like... It's taken him 10 days to walk into the fort. In game, 10 days. He arrived on the 1st. It's now the 10th. That's how slowly this human is moving. We'll get here eventually. What's their description? His hair is wavy. His hair is extreme. His wavy hair is extremely long. He is thin and scrawny. There you go. His slightly close-set blue eyes are slit. He has a prominent chin, and his somewhat tall ears are splayed out. His nose is extremely short, and his somewhat short head is extremely narrow. He has a low voice, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His hair is burnt sienna, and his skin is dark peach. Yeah. Thin and scrawny, that would do it. Someone give this human a sandwich. Good question, I don't know. He's also having a hard time getting down the stairs because he's playing footsies with the bodyguard. There you go. Just like, sit on your bum and slide. I mean, he's not negotiating. He's literally dropping off paid tribute to us and our racketeering operations. So, I mean, legitimate business. Oh, that's why he was moving so fucking slowly. It all makes sense now. He was carrying a lead cage and an enormous iron corkscrew. Maybe this is their punishment for not being good at sport? Probably, yeah. All right, chat. It is 4:45. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 41 minutes. We made good progress in Longdeath. We made a mill tower, which goes all the way up here, up to these windmills. Powering that. Powering all those little turbines going all the way down to here. Powering those millstones. We had many animals die. We purchased a... Or rather, we were able to capture another Etten for potential breeding purposes. We were able to purchase a another unicorn. Actually, no, we'll just quickly trade with the elves because I want to know if... Please bring a female unicorn. Chat, can you please pray for female unicorns? And then I think we'll cool off with some Minesweeper. They're for screw pumps. They're for pressurizing water and pumping water places is what the enormous corkscrews are for. Or lava or other liquids. I guess in theory, if you had like enough blood or pus, you could do that. Also screw presses. Yes, also screw presses. But pumps is the more common use. You could also use them as part of traps. Weapon traps they can be used in. To just like impale things on giant screws. How horny they are. I mean, I can just never get two. I think the elves are like not like restricting the population because they know that we're just gonna farm them. They're just like, you horrible creatures. But yeah, then we're gonna... Once we're done trading with these pointy ear peoples, then we will go play some Minesweeper. Listen to some FTL and play some Minesweeper. And then I'm gonna go take a nap. I was gonna go over to my parents' house tonight. I was supposed to do that yesterday, but that didn't happen. Although Amazon hasn't delivered my oatmeal and coffee yet, and I'm annoyed because that was supposed to arrive today. Although it's supposed to arrive today by 10 p.m. But according to my email, it hasn't even been shipped yet, so, and it's 4:45. I don't expect that I'll actually get my coffee today. It's okay, I don't need that oatmeal and coffee today, but it would be nice to get my oatmeal and coffee today because I'm out of oatmeal. I like oatmeal. Also, chat room, I will ask, I like to ask people this periodically because I have my own headcanon as to what they're called, but what do you call a baby unicorn? I've decided with the help of chat that they are called punicorns because it's just too funny. Grogu? Dwarf actually doesn't mind being in prison all that much. Unicorn is my favorite. Baby Yoda. Oh, pff. Right. Yeah, that's the name of Baby Yoda. You know, I haven't actually seen a single episode of that show and never will. Because I will not give Disney money for that shit. It's the best Star Wars since the original trilogy. Yeah, I don't care. It could be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I won't watch it. Okay. I need a different dwarf to do this job. What's your mandate? Weapon racks. Cryo. Go trade. Also, as someone who used to be a Star Wars fan, that's not a high bar. All right, a yak bull, cardinal cougar. Praise the motherfucking sun. The stupid pointy ears brought me a breeding pair of unicorns. It only took, what, 120 years almost? Ah, Neil, thanks to the host. Unicorn burgers coming right up. We're going to go up there and find out that the other one died of old age or something like that. Or it's gay or sterile or something. It's actually like just about to die of old age, so it's like unable to have kids. Or mine is like sterile somehow. Get up there, Vin. She is very muscular. Her hair is white. Her skin is white. And her eyes are gold. I don't think elves are capable of the concept of humor, but, you know. I kind of imagine elves as, like, economic eco-terrorists / Vulcans. Like, I kind of imagine them as, like, stoic, relatively emotionless creatures. Walking over the partially frozen creek. Fucking victory. We have achieved breeding pair of ewes. Unicorn and unicorn. And with that, let's go call it for the evening for dwarfs. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress and you're pacing out, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever watch, ever. Also, if I refresh this, you could watch Cupo, who's actually a fucking fantastic streamer. He doesn't play with a tile set, but he is incredibly knowledgeable about this game. So you could go watch Cupo. I am done with dwarfs for the day. We will play more of this for